Yeah, all good.
Okay. So that's, I just want to stay kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, we're ready to go. All right, good morning. Aloha mai kako. My name is Don Chang and I am Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. This is July 11th, 2025 meeting of the board, and it is 9:06. I'm going to go over some meeting protocols before we begin the formal meeting. We are holding this meeting as a hybrid meeting. Some of us are in person in the Kalani Moku boardroom in Honolulu, and we're also holding this meeting remotely via Zoom. In addition, it can be watched live on YouTube. For those testifying via Zoom, we will move you from the waiting room into the meeting when the board hears the item you signed up to testify on. Please remember to mute your YouTube when you enter the Zoom meeting or we will get an echo. When you enter the Zoom room, please keep your camera off and microphone muted until the chair calls on you for your testimony. The chat box is not to be used for any comment because that presents a sunshine issue. However, the board secretary may message you via the chat box to ask which item you wish to testify on, so we can let you into the meeting at the appropriate time. Presentations and by staff and comments by applicants, we're going to limit to 5 minutes. So please, staff, remember that. We ask members of the public testifying on agenda items to limit their testimony to no more than 2 minutes. Testifiers will not be allowed to relinquish their time to others. I apologize in advance if I ask you to summarize, but we may have others here that are providing testimony. If you've submitted your testimony via email, you may stand on your testimony as the board members have reviewed the testimony submitted. Please address your comments to the board and not to the project applicant. I have my co-pilot, board member Riley Smith here, who's also going to help me with the timer. So he will keep track of time and give you 30-second warning. At 2 minutes, I will ask you to stop testifying. He will provide you a card that says stop. I will then move on to the next testifier. Adhering to these guidelines will enable all of those present, to be able to share their thoughts and comments. Before starting your testimony, please clearly state your name and identify yourself for the record. We may take breaks every hour or so. I am now going to read the standard contested case statement. In some of the matters before the board, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the board's decision, then the board will consider the request first, before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the board decides the issue, then request a contested case after the decision, but before the close of the board meeting. It is up to you. Any request must also be made in writing within 10 calendar days. If no request for a contested case is made, the board will make a decision and the department will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. In addition, the board may also go into executive session pursuant to section 92(5)(a)(4) in order to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. I'm now going to take roll call of all the board members. If you are participating via Zoom, please acknowledge if anyone is in the room with you, and please provide their names. I'm going to first go through the board members that are in the boardroom, and I'll start with board member Amy Barnes.
Aloha, Amy Barnes, welcome member.
Vernon Char, Oahu.
Don Chang, chair of the board.
Aloha, Riley Smith, Hawaii Island board member.
Aloha, mai Coco, Doreen Canto, Maui Island member.
Thank you. And on Zoom, Karen? Oh, sorry, yeah, we can't hear you. Hang on, Rihanna's going to work on that. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Is it on her side, Rihanna, or on our side?
Oh, there,
on my headsets.
we can hear you now.
Okay, try, oh, there you go. Okay,
Now you can hear me.
now
Okay,
we can hear you.
Sharon Ono, Hawaii member, and no one but my dog is here with me. He
Make
can't
sure
speak.
he can't speak, okay. Okay, no giving him any secret notes.
No,
And Board Member Ewan is absent today. Our Board Secretary is Rihanna Wright, and our Deputy Attorney General today is Cindy Young. For the agenda items, if there's a request for a move up, and we do have some today, otherwise we will take them in the order. So this is going to be the order of the day. I am going to take out of order item F1. And then I'm going to move on to item C2. And then I'll begin the D items. And I will take up the first item on D will be item D2. All right, let's proceed with item, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I do have
we'll take
minutes.
the A items
Yes,
first. Okay.
let's take the A items first. Thank you. So, board members, item A1 is a summary minutes for the meeting of the board of June 13th, 2025. Do I have any questions or comments on the
I have-
minutes?
Chair,
Yes,
this is
Karen?
Karen. I have couple comments to the
Okay.
minutes. Okay, item A1.
Yep.
There's an amendment, but it's really doesn't state what the amendment actually stated. So if there can be verbiage as to what the amendment was, and it
Was
was
that for J1? I'm sorry, which item?
yes, that
A1?
was in the minutes itself for June 13, item A1.
Oh,
Yes, that was a J item.
that's amended,
Yeah.
okay.
That was J item. And there was amendment to say that we can't mandate them to have new ice machines, but we can encourage them. So if that can be corrected in the minutes.
Okay.
There was one more on page 3, and this is pertaining to item D15. Authorize the issuance of 5 separate annual right of entry permits.
Mm.
So I mean, just a few corrections.
Okay, so you're correct, authorize the issuance of 5 separate right of entry permits?
Authorize the issuance of, because the way it's written right now is this, authorize the issuance of 5 separate right of entry permits to Oahu,
Okay,
Hawaii Canoe Racing Association, Hawaii. If we can just correct that to say that it's going to be 5 separate annual right of entries. So it's a separate permit each year that would be issued. It's not one permit that goes for 5 years. We had a long discussion on that too.
Mm. It does make-
And then the last one is on page 4, the first A, I think that's the same item for D15. Payment of the rental amount of $150. I think it was per year. And you might check with Ian, I think, on that. Or maybe Rebecca was the one that was with the permits.
Any other comments on that, on the A1?
No,
Okay, thank you for that. Board members, any other comments?
Sure, I'm gonna recuse myself because I wasn't at the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comments on item A1? Rihanna, anyone on Zoom? Okay, I'll close public comments. Board members,
Approved as corrected.
okay,
second,
okay, a motion has been moved and seconded to approve item A1 as amendments provided by board member Karen Ono. Since this is the first vote, Rihanna, could you do a roll call vote with board member Barnes recusing herself?
Member Char,
Aye.
Chair Chang,
Aye.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Kako,
Aye.
Member Ono.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 5 votes and 1 refusal. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item A2.
Here on A2, I had two small, sort of typographical amendments similar to Karen's on A1.
A1?
So on, item D1, comment 3.1, it's the biological studies, both terrestrial and aquatic. It should be DO, do not DUE, do not. And then on item 3, if we can make a new paragraph where it says, in addition to consideration of the contents of the staff submittal, the board identifying the following deficiencies. So essentially,
Oh, I
3
see.
would be, the end of that would be the first sentence, because the list of deficiencies apply to points 2 and 3 in the list, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you're proposing 3 to be dealing with comments on the, or not satisfactorily addressed in the final EIS?
Yeah.
And,
And then new paragraph.
okay, and then that would be paragraph number 4, in addition, and then all the items 1 through 8?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to be clear that, because I think the list, so, there were the 3 findings. I think the list applies both to the second and the third finding. So the way that it reads right now, it looks like the list applies only to the third finding. So I think the easiest way to do it would just be to make that a new
Okay.
paragraph. And then correct that small typographical error.
But were the, okay. Because,
Amy,
We
was
have-
that correction only to item number 1, did not? Because there's another correction to item number 2 under 3. That we have to allow the board, we have that twice on that second line. The archaeological surveys.
Oh, yep. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
To allow the board to allow the board. Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's 3 sub 2, Chair.
3,
It's just a typographical.
well, I guess I'm just, at the end, because we did send out, because were items 1 through 8, were they the specific deficiencies that we identified, or were they not comments that were responded to?
No, wait, I'm trying to bring up.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to bring up the minutes. as I-
Okay, okay, okay.
It's a little
Yeah,
different, so I think how I wrote them was, wait, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
What I.
because they need to be consistent, as this will be the approved one. Yeah.
Okay, here's how I wrote it, in my draft, so I said. Approved staff recommendation as submitted of non-acceptance of the FEIS. The board has determined that the FEIS is inadequate as supported by staff submittal. In addition to the consideration of the contents of the staff submittal, the board also identified the following deficiencies, and I went through 1 through 9. I thought I had 9 in there. And then I also said. Also. 9. Oh yeah, I had 9 items. The 9th one was comments provided by Deal and our staff were not sufficiently addressed in the final document.
Which is, yeah,
Number
the third point. Yeah,
Okay,
so,
and then what I did was I also said the board also made the following findings. And I had 1, 2, and 3. So the 1, 2, and 3 that were on the top are sort of a separate section. And yeah, I know it's a little repetitive because I said it twice, but
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
reflected, I think, the motion because the 1 through 9 that you made, you said the comments weren't sufficient.
Right.
And then I think, I forgot who said the three, I think it was the chair, but
Yeah,
who's had the three and she made that same, so I just tried to capture what was actually said, even though it may have been a little repetitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually separate
Yeah.
sections in my write-up.
I kind of like the order that you had it there. What was the language that you had at the beginning of the? Yeah, in addition to consideration of the contents of the staff submittal, the board also identified the following deficiencies.
This is how it reads.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Thank
this is the
you.
comparison, so you can compare.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, so really this is kind of like 1 through 9 is section 1,
Mhm.
and then 1, 2, and 3 is kind of section 2.
Yeah, so all I think we need to do is make this a new paragraph. Down.
Mhm.
And then it doesn't read as though this list
Mhm.
is applies
appended
only
to-
to that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
So.
But.
Sure. So,
I want to be. This
Yeah,
is gonna
I
be
do
the
too.
record. Yeah,
so I'm saying if we just make
Yeah.
this a new paragraph, not even a number with a number, but just a new paragraph, then it's clear that this language is not just applying to number 3, but it is that those are the deficiencies that have been identified, not just with relation to the comment on the draft, but
Okay.
overall.
okay,
Or we could move this first and
Yeah.
then put this second. I'm
Okay.
agnostic. I just don't want this
Yeah.
to be considered a
Fair.
subset of this
Right.
point.
because I think, the standard that we're required to look at is those 3: procedural, substance, and did they respond to comments?
Right.
And these 1 through 8, they were related to, they did not meet the substantive comments, which would be related to number 2, right? Number
Yeah,
2.
I think they could
Okay.
also apply to
But
because.
I think they were similar to the staff's
Right.
comments that
Right.
were not responded to.
Right,
Okay.
and yeah, and I think what Ian was saying was that originally there was a 9th point that said
Yes.
that they didn't sufficiently respond to
Staff
staff
comments.
comments, which is now essentially 3, which is
Right.
why there's now only 8. But having the list only apply to staff comments, I think is not,
Yes, no,
Accurate.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay,
does that make
no,
sense?
nope, that makes sense. It may not make sense to everybody else who's sitting out there who doesn't have the same notes that we have, but rest assured, it makes sense to us, so,
Okay, so,
I-
so I would say either make it a separate paragraph, Ian, or move it to the front
Yeah.
and then have the 3 list at the end.
Yes.
Either way would be fine to me. And then fix those 2 just typographical errors, the spelling of do, and then the repetition of the to allow the board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll give you my version.
Okay.
Like this late.
Yeah.
No. I just want to make sure we are consistent with what went out, so,
Yes.
okay, so, all right. Are there any other comments? Thank you, Ian.
Thanks.
Are there any other comments? Is there anyone from the public that wishes to make a comment? Is there anybody on Zoom? I'm going to close public comments. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve staff submittal with the amendments as discussed.
Okay.
Second,
Do I have a second? A motion has been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as submitted with the amendments that were discussed, which are consistent with the notice that was submitted. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Thank you. A little confusing, but rest assured, we knew what we were talking about. Okay. I did say I was going to take out an item. I'm going to take F1 first. Kathy? That's what happens when you come early.
Hello, board.
Hello.
My name is Nuna Kikoa, Program Manager for the Division of Aquatic Resources. We're here today to request an amendment to something that was already authorized by you folks, and my colleague here, Kathy, will share what that amendment is.
Thank you.
Aloha Chair, Chang and members of the board. My name is Kathy Gaywicki. I'm an aquatic biologist with Division of Aquatic Resources. And today I'm presenting item F1 for DAR. Item F1 is a request for authorization and approval to amend the BLNR's prior authorization and approval for the issuance of a Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument Conservation and Management Permit to issue to Mr. James Morioka of the Papahanaumokuakea Marine Debris Project, PMDP, for access to state waters to survey and remove marine debris and disentangle marine life as needed within the waters of the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. The amendment as described would allow entry and activities to occur at Nihoa and Mokumanamana. DAR is amending our original BLNR submittal for PMDP's project to include the following requested revised schedule and activities during the second and third PMDP missions. There were 3 missions that were authorized during this year. The ability for these activities to occur is already included in the original monument permit. So this amendment is for the original BLNR submittal only. So on the second mission, it'll include activities at Nohoa, Mokumanamana, Lalo, Kamoku, Okamo Ho'oli'i, Kamole, and Kapo'u. And on mission 3, it will include activities at Kamoku, Okamo Ho'oli'i, and Manavai. So the other islands were already included in the original board submittal. So it's just the addition of Nihoa and Mokumanamana. And so at Nihoa, PMDP will conduct Native Hawaiian cultural protocol limited to Oli and chant, and perform opportunistic unmanned aerial system surveys targeting sandy beach areas and shallow coral reef zones for marine debris. And at Mokumanamana, they will conduct Native Hawaiian cultural protocol, including ho'okupu, ceremonial gift offering using permitted items, including tea leaf, lei, vai, rainwater, and pa'akai salts, all cleaned and inspected and frozen for 48 hours. Any ho'okupu will be released outside of nearshore waters per the permit conditions. And then they will also conduct opportunistic small boat launch and recovery practice and unmanned aerial surveys with cultural sensitivity towards Wahipana and Native Hawaiian cultural sites. The primary objective is to survey the shallow coral reef for marine debris. And James Morioka, one of PMDP's co-founders, is here today to answer any additional questions you may have.
Board members, do you have any questions for staff?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
So when you offer ho'okupu, where does it go after, you know, protocol and you go through all of that? Where do you dispose of the ho'okupu?
Want to bring James up? Yeah,
Oh, I'm
why don't you
sorry.
come on up, James? No. You can just introduce yourself to.
Aloha Chair Chang and members of the board. Mahalo for having me back. My name is James Morioka. I'm the executive director and co-founder of the Papahanaumokuakea Marine Debris Project. And for those that may not be familiar, we specialize in large-scale marine debris removal cleanups to protect the islands and atolls of Papahanaumokuakea. When it comes to ho'okupu, the tea leaf, the pa'akai, and the vai are thrown overboard outside of the 3 nautical miles, so we'll be downwind of the islands and is intended to drift away from the islands. And so they will be thrown into the water. We know how incredibly significant and important Nihoa and Mokumanamana are to Kanaka. We're proud to be part of the community, working for our community. And this year we have 11 out of our 24 staff are actually Kanaka OEV. And so this would be incredibly, the opportunity would be incredibly, we would be incredibly grateful to be able to have this opportunity, especially for the young Kanaka OEV who are trying to navigate their kuleana in a place that's so significant to Akua, Puna, and for Aina. So this is what we're requesting.
Hello.
Chair, so you mentioned pa'akai, yeah, the salt. Do you sit down about it being cleaned and how do you? What's
Yes.
involved in the cleanliness of the salt?
So The pa'akai is collected in their hometowns. It is frozen and it is laid in little baking trays to inspect to make sure there's no seeds and bugs, because that's the biggest threat. Other than that, it's just frozen, and that's what's been permitted by the state of Hawaii.
Oh,
So it's like
okay.
biosecurity protocols.
Yeah, biosecurity
Yeah.
protocols, correct.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Randy?
Yeah, I was just wondering, so what changed? Why are you changing the schedule or?
Yeah, so Niho Mokumana Mana has been kind of through the guidance of the Native Hawaiian Cultural Working Group. I'm not sure if you guys have had the opportunity to read the Kavaiola article written by Ka'ehukai Goen. He's going to be leading cultural protocol for our missions. And he was a guest writer. He's also a member of the Native Hawaiian Cultural Working Group. And so we wanted to incorporate more Native Hawaiian cultural protocol. And this year we had the opportunity to hire 10 new seasonal employees in a lot, which are local people and Native Hawaiians. And so as we grow as an organization, we just want to put culture forward to not be something that's just part of our program, but the reason why we do what we do. And so that's why we've requested Nihoa and Mokumana Mana. I think it can get tricky for a lot of our young folks to, pass Keala Polohiva Akane, which is the separation between Ao to Po, and then get to an island and conduct work in a new environment, new marine wildlife. You're going on island without having the opportunity to do a true ceremony to really honor the respect of all the kupuna that came before us and the akua that are present in Po.
So it's sort of an adherence to the protocol you're trying to follow that changed the schedule.
The schedule is so we always do ho'okupu oli, but it's just while you're crossing the line of Tropic of Cancer, Keala Polohiva Akane. We never, and which lines up with Mokumana Mana. We have never had the opportunity to show or see the island ourselves. And so through the cultural working group, we've been advised that it'd be incredibly significant for our organization.
And because you had to wait for our approval, did that impact your ability to do the work that you had planned to do?
So we have 2 trips coming up. Our first one is in August 5th through the 27th, and then another one September 15th and October 10th. And we have our original plan, which has already been approved, which is to do Ho'okupu in the open ocean while we cross Keala Polohiva Akane. And then this is our other option that we've weighed a lot. We're hoping to do, but this has not impacted our operations.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if there's some way to give you more flexibility. So if you come to us 2 months ago and then you're ready to go and then you have to wait for board approval, if it was more vague what you were asking for, I think we would all unanimously support what you're doing. Just we don't want to hold up the work you're planned.
Yeah, mahalo.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's really held up our operations is the islands, which are impacted by the nuisance algae, Chondria tumulosa, which I spoke at the March 28th land board meeting. Since then, our plans have shifted, so we are no longer allowed to remove marine debris from the shorelines unless it is treated with biosecurity or the bleach treatment and follows a strict biosecurity, which is 10% bleach solution for 4 hours. That's nearly impossible when you're talking about plastic floats, a lot of commercial fishing gear that floats. And so we're unfortunately having to leave that on shore. We hope that that's going to change next year. We have a team of scientists and researchers from the University of Hawaii and the state of Hawaii that are really trying to support us. But that's the only thing that's really shifted since the last land board meeting.
And one of the reasons I'm asking so many questions is a couple of weeks ago, I ran into a couple of guys that were going to be doing the filming for you.
Oh,
And they were telling me about the logistics and reminding me of the effort you go to chlorinate and handle the invasive species and everything so you don't contaminate somewhere else. And it just reminded me how you guys plan out your work and you have these funding sources and you want to be as efficient as possible so you can accomplish as much as possible. And I remember you explaining the work where you gear up everything, you have all your crew and everything, and you sail out there and you relatively quickly fill up that ship. And then you got to come back and dispose of it before you can do more work. And I know how expensive it is. I know how fundraising is so important. I just want you guys to be as efficient as possible. So bureaucratic stuff like us doesn't slow you down in the work you're doing.
Well, mahalo. Yeah, we really appreciate
There's
your
a
guys'
solution.
support.
You let us
Yeah,
know.
you guys have been incredible.
But hopefully, it sounds like now, I mean, I really appreciate Board Member Smith's comments, because I too, it's like, if it, so that to avoid having to come back to us. But I also recognize too, not presuming that you had access, that this is something new, that perhaps now in the future, this will be integrated into your protocols, that you won't need to be coming back to us. This will be part of your annual, your permit, your permit options. But I recognize that there's a balance between efficiency and culture and being culturally appropriate. And here you wanted to make sure that the cultural practitioners and the advisory group did approve this particular access that has historically not been granted. So, no. So I appreciate that you come back and we're doing this in open session. But it just, to me, demonstrates the genuine integrity upon which you guys operate. You always ask permission and you do things the right way without presuming. So, but I think in the future, you got this all taken care of, so we won't be having perhaps amendments, yeah.
Mahalo, you
Okay,
guys.
no.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions?
I have one quick
One-
question.
one-
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, no, you go ahead, Amy.
Oh, well, James, how are you? Good to see you. I just had a question about the unmanned aerial surveys, and appreciate the mention to the cultural sensitivity. What happens to the data that's collected as part of the consideration of cultural sensitivity? Is that you guys are looking for marine debris and then you destroy the information that's collected, or it's never recorded, or how does that work?
No, it will be recorded,
Okay.
and it's our intent to survey the shallow coral reefs around the islands.
Okay.
But all of the imagery is shared with all of the co-agencies and the co-managers of Papahanaumokuakea. So all of it is public domain, and we hope that as Papahanaumokuakea, now that it's transitioned from a marine national monument to a national marine sanctuary, they're going to continue to capture imagery to be able to put the culture forward. And we hope to be able to be part of that with our imagery, to be able to share that. But it will be recorded, yes. And with, of course, the avoidance of, the heiaus and culturally significant sites, and staying away from all the birds.
So you guys, so that means you would not record those areas in the first place, or avoidance is you would blur it out or something in publicly available imaging?
No, we would avoid filming those sites, but we would film the shallow coral reefs, and then we bring the imagery back, and we actually run it through computer, AI, to be able to try and detect derelict fishing nets on the reef. And so since we have just a short time there, our job is to collect the imagery, bring it back, and train the computers to be able to try and find derelict fishing nets on reefs.
Well, did you have a question?
Yeah, so at any time, at some point, I'm thinking, does the federal government get involved with what we do here? Will they, do they want to be involved?
So the federal government still supports our project.
They do?
Yeah, this project was run under NOAA Fisheries, and I've had the opportunity to actually manage the project for NOAA. When we started our nonprofit organization, they put half of our funding actually comes from the federal government, and so they still support us. Transitioning into the next year, we're not sure if we're going to receive any funding, but we're going to continue our efforts to make sure Papahanaumokuakea are safe through other private fundraising.
Perfect. And NOAA is a co-trustee with the state DLNR and Office of Hawaiian Affairs and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So there are two federal agencies that are co-trustees with us. And so even approval of these permits, they do go through a process. So, but NOAA's been very supportive, and that they were the ones who helped to push for the sanctuary designation.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Thank you. Is there any public comments? Anybody in the audience? Anybody on Zoom, Rihanna? Okay, I'm gonna close, oh,
I was just gonna say one, I
Yes,
just wanted to
Luna.
thank them because they listened to the culture working
Yeah.
group and that's why it adapted. So they're
Mm.
listening to the practitioners. So I just want to acknowledge
Yeah.
Mahalo because it doesn't always happen. So it's good to
You're
have
right, you're right.
organizations
You're right.
effort to be shown to everybody. Like,
Yeah.
when they speak, these guys
Yeah.
listen. So
No, thank you for acknowledging that too, Luna. I mean, but I can tell, I mean, you come with such sincerity and, always recognizing deference to the cultural practitioners and to do those protocols in the right way. So thank you for that. Even if it may have meant that you guys got to come back to us. Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Board members, do I have a motion?
Move to approve staff submittal as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion has been moved and seconded to approve staff submittal for item F1. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Okay, motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Mahalo,
very much.
everybody.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, let's move back to item C2. Morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
David Smith. I'm the administrator with the Division of Forest and Wildlife, CO. So we're asking for a request for authorization to temporarily close a portion of the Howla Forest Reserve, including a piece of hunting unit C and a section of the Makua Ridge Papali Trail to contain and eradicate little fire ants. So we got a 31-acre section in there that we've detected ants. They've done delimiting surveys. You have maps in the back showing those. And so it's up in the forest reserve, first infestation that we've had in an Oahu forest reserve. We really want to get on it and get it eradicated. So we close the area per 13104 7.5, where the chair can close an area for 90 days. We're coming back for a longer closure as determined by the rule, so the board can authorize for any period of time. And so we're looking to close this area for a short period of time. Dofa, Marigold's here to answer your questions. She's the Oahu branch manager, and they're coordinating with the community, all the relevant agencies and whatnot, applying for a special local needs permit for the pesticide use. So we want to be able to apply pesticides in there to get rid of the ants. And, with people in there moving materials and pets and whatnot, there's a chance of spreading ants in the meantime, plus the use of pesticides with public access. We think it's just better if we just close the area and be able to go really hard on this thing and get it and not risk losing it and having it permanently established. So we're working with the Hawaii Ant Lab, HCOA. We're looking for a 14-month closure. And we're also asking to delegate authority to myself, the DOFA administrator, to reopen. So our preference is to open areas. We don't close areas lately, and we'd like to reopen it as soon as we can. But we're asking for that closure in the meantime, just to be able to go really hard on this thing and try to get it eradicated.
Board members, any questions for David or Marigold?
Yes, I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
This is, David, this is Karen.
Sure.
So you mentioned that it was closed. When was it closed from? The first authorization, the first 90-day authorization?
Was closed. Really, what does it say?
I was in here.
Oh, February.
February 28th. So February, March, April, May. So that was only till the end of May. And so we've had a lag in between. Now we're asking for, it took some time to realize, now we got to get board approval for the rule. So we're coming back and trying to get board approval to close it for, 14 months anticipated. They're still in the process of getting a special local need permit for using that.
Okay, and then are there signage that tells people to stay out?
Yes, this is Marigold Saul. I'm the branch manager of the Oahu branch. And we have posted signs at the trailhead of the Papali Ridge Trail. And we also have our Namanuel LA Trail stewards rotating on site, letting people know about the infestation and measures to take to avoid spreading the ants around.
Okay, thank you.
Do we know how they were introduced?
They actually came from the community below in Hauula. It looks like that was the start of the infestation, and then they spread into the forest reserve. And so we've been working with the Department of Agriculture and OSC, the Oahu Invasive Species Committee, to delimit the community infestation as well. And we're taking a coordinated approach to treat that infestation and the forest reserve at the same time.
Okay. And then the hunting impact, what's the like scale of that in terms of what's the average number of people that are going and hunting in that area? And has that community specifically been notified of the closure?
I don't know that we've reached out particularly to the hunting community, but we have been doing a lot of really close community coordination with the Hauula Community Association and the neighborhood board in Hauula. And the folks in the community have been part of the delimiting surveys and things like that. And so I get the sense that the community in that particular area know about this and the work that we're trying to do. And they're really appreciative of that outreach and that inclusion in the treatment.
Okay. Isn't there like a hunting email list, like a distribution list or something like that? Is it
Yeah, we have
possible?
a email list. We can check. I don't know
Yeah.
if Jason's posted that.
Yeah, but that would be posted so folks know also
Yeah,
to stay
that
out.
would be a good idea. I know from my time with the branch that this area is fairly lightly used. This particular area, probably more for transit than anything else in terms of going. I mean, they'd probably be coming back further back up into the gulches to be able to get pigs, but it'd be good for them to know if they're transiting in the area that,
Yeah.
there's potential for spreading.
Yeah. Okay.
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor?
Yes.
So are you gonna retro back to February 28th, or when do you start this
No, this would be going forward.
going forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
So going forward from today or going forward starting July 1, 2025, as stated in the recommendation?
Why don't we stick with the recommendations?
So it's starting today, July 11th.
Yeah.
Is
I
that what
think
it says?
I have the recommendation as July 11th,
Okay.
which is today.
Yes.
Ryan?
I just had a question. So, on Hawaii Island, little fire ants are pretty prevalent up there.
Mhm.
So how are you doing the treatment? Is this liquid or is this granular or?
So we have two treatments. One of them is Tango, and it's mixed with peanut butter and some other stuff. It's kind of a goopy sort of liquid. And that's applied in the areas that aren't close to streams. And then we have this other product that we're getting the special local needs label for that's Alticid, and that's a liquid.
So they're both liquid?
Yeah.
Spray or?
Spray, yeah. And so we're going to be doing the application with a drone and with a helicopter.
And you guys pretty confident this will work?
Yes, yeah. The pesticide itself has been shown to work in other places, like they were able to eradicate the ants from Lanikai using Tango. And so we think that we're going to be able to get a handle on it.
When I had to deal with this, we were using Antix. It's a granular, but you had to kind of have it out a couple days without rain. And then it attracts the ants and then they take it back to the nest. So is that the kind of thing that you get the colony?
It is, yeah. And so the Tango is a growth inhibitor, so it prevents the ants from changing from one instar to the next, and so they die that way. And then the Alticid is a liquid larvicide, so I guess it kills the larvae. Yeah, and it's on a really strict 6-week application schedule, and so that's why we want to have good access to the forest reserve and be able to just, treat, on the regular schedule so that we can really hammer them.
Because I mean, I understand how guys hunt and how they pack out what they hunt. And if you had little fire ants on pigs that you shot and you pick them up and you pack them out, I mean, that's pretty brutal if you got stung and everything, so.
Yeah, and also for the dogs going through those areas, they can get, stung.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to protect the hunting dogs and the hunters themselves from,
Thank you.
Because this is the first real infestation we found in our forest reserve.
Yes.
On Oahu, yeah.
Yeah, on Oahu. But this process has been successful on Maui, because you had a big infestation, did you? Is it, trying to think of when there was a gulch, but there was a little fire. Maybe I'm thinking of koki frogs.
Yeah.
Koki was
Koki
Malibu
frogs, okay,
Gulch,
sorry,
right.
wrong ones, okay.
I'm trying to hold the
Yes.
line on that. There
Yeah.
is, there are little fire ant infestations on Maui. I can't remember exactly where it's at, but it's like right on the verge of, getting out of control. So we're trying to keep it. Oahu's been really good. The Oahu Invasive Species Committee has gotten on
Yeah,
a number of things like Myconia, koki frog, and now little fire ant. Those are like our main target species to try to keep controlled on Oahu. And so we're starting to see, Department of Agriculture has been working on some of these things. They're starting to creep out into our areas, and so we're trying to get them back under control. But they've done a really good job containing it, and we would really like to keep it that way on Oahu.
no, I appreciate the aggressiveness upon which the department is proceeding on this, as we
We're
put at risk some.
we're working with Hawaii Ant Lab,
Mm.
who really is sort of the state of the art
Mhm.
in terms of controlling ants.
Okay, and my other comment is, so we're saying it's exempt from chapter 343.
Yeah, saying the approval to close the area is exempt. And then the other activities involved are exempt per our standard exemption list.
So I'm just gonna recommend, because I think on other board submittals, we include that as part of the recommendation, that the board determined that it's an exempt activity.
Okay.
So we satisfy chapter
good.
343. So I would just, when we make the motion, but I'm recommending that one be that the board determined that it's exempt, two, approve the 14-month, three, delegate authority to the DOFA.
Okay.
Any other,
Yeah, I have one more, Chair.
yes.
What
go ahead.
is the, David, what is your expected, we're gonna delegate the authority to you to determine when we reopening. I mean, do you have more or less a time frame, or is it just gonna be like 5 years, 10 years?
This is 14 months, right?
14 months for now, yeah.
And so
Yeah, but
the treatment is for 6 months, and then we will do a delimiting survey. And then if we need to treat again, it'll be another 6 months. But if it turns out that we got them, then we can reopen the Forest Reserve early.
Okay.
And if we
Okay.
need to have a longer closure, then we would come back to the board. and
Anything
request-
beyond 14 months,
Yeah.
you'd come back. Okay.
So it anticipates 2 treatment periods with a delimiting period in between. So we're hoping that we'll be able to get it then.
Mhm.
If we can't, we'll have to come back to the board and ask again, but we're expecting with those 2 treatments, we should be able to get it.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
thank you.
Any other questions, board members? I think did we close public comments? Okay. Is there anybody in the public that has a comment on item C2? Anybody on Zoom? I'll close public comments. Board members, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Second. And and would you consider the amendment of including as point 1, that the board determined that it's exempt from chapter 343?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So motion has been moved and seconded to approve staff's recommendations as amended. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Aye. Motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Item C1 has been withdrawn per the petitioner, but we will hear that at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. We're going to move on to item D. I think we were going to do D2 first, Ian?
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Morning. Ian Hirokawa with Land Division. So item D2 is to request that the board authorize the chairperson to sign a unilateral agreement and declaration of conditions for state land use boundary district amendment relating to general lease 5548 to Hana Health in Hana, Maui. So so Hana Health is seeking to rezone lands under the lease, the state lands that they have under lease from agricultural to rural, I believe, right? Sorry, agriculture to rural as part of a new like workforce housing development. And as part of it, the county of Maui, that is the county council, because it is affecting an area less than 15 acres is kind of in, rather than the land use commission is tasked with approving this. As part of the district boundary amendment process, the county is requiring this, both Hana Health and the state to sign a unilateral agreement. And, you know, as staff, you know, we do support that. You know, we appreciate the Hana Health's mission and the project. Our issue, though, is that they've also added additional conditions to the unilateral agreement, which are outlined in the submittal. Conditions 1 and 2, you know, I think I would just say, just in general, we do have issues about encumbering state lands into perpetuity. But we do acknowledge that 1 and 2 are required by statute. So, you know, even though we're concerned about it, we're okay with recommending approval subject to it. We do have issue with condition 3 because 1, it seems overly broad. And also we're concerned that if there comes a time when Hana Health is not the lessee, another entity or agency that takes over the functions or the management of these facilities, we don't know if they can comply to say, okay, they can give, like for housing, they can give Hana residents preference. So, you know, what we're recommending is that the board, you know, authorize the chair to sign the unilateral agreement, but only subject to conditions 1 and 2 and not condition 3. And be available for any questions. Thank you.
My understanding is you've had discussions with the county planning department who they know what DLNR's concerns are with the 3 conditions, and in
Yes.
particular, condition 3.
Yes, we have had, yeah. Mhm.
And an additional point of clarification, Hana Health currently has a lease, and the lease, they will have to come back once there's a district boundary amendment authorizing the permitted use of workforce housing on the property, will then come back to the land board to amend its lease.
Correct. They will need to come back to seek an approval for the lease amendment.
Very good. And was there any questions of staff? Right.
Just a quick one, Ian. So, you know, that item number 3, giving preference to Hana residents. I totally support that, but is that legal?
I don't know if it's legal. I'm not sure, like, because I don't think if the Hana Health wasn't the lessee, we would seek to have another agency manage, especially the housing. And I'm not sure if, they can under whatever, like if it's a state agency or county agency, they can give those kind of preferences. So, but I don't know, but I think that's our concern, that it may cause a conflict.
I'm just wondering if something illegal is included, whether it goes out the entire approval, you know what I mean?
Yeah, from what we understand though, I don't think the county planning department recommended. It was like one of the Hana,
Advisory
committee.
Council.
So, it wasn't the planning department.
Or put something as permitted by law, or, you know, just some exclusion, or, I don't know.
And we do have the applicant, a representative of the applicant here too. So, any other questions?
I just have a comment. So based on that item number 3, Ian, it's kind of to the point when it states there shall be given to Hana residents. I mean, it's kind of a powerful, you know, what does the community think? What do they feel? Do you know?
We didn't have any, I mean, I would defer to the applicant to answer. We didn't engage with any of the community on this
Thank
one.
you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair Chang, board members. My name is Pam Bunn, and I represent the applicant, Hana Health. Condition 3, and we're sort of agnostic about it too. Condition 3 kind of came up as an afterthought at the Hana Advisory Committee. There was no Maui Corp Council there. Kind of usually the way it would happen is, okay, we'll discuss it with the applicant and get back to you. It is hard to understand the circumstances under which it would actually be applicable. And it's kind of softened by the language to the extent practicable and while serving the staffing needs of Hana Health. The only circumstances I could think of where it would be applicable is if we had two applicants for a position who were absolutely equally qualified, but one was a HANA resident and one was not. That HANA resident already lives in HANA, so it would have to be a HANA resident who was maybe on the verge of becoming unhoused or something like that. And that seems rather remote. And so the staff planner said, well, we can work on that condition later. But we are, again, pretty agnostic about it, and we don't want to hold up things any further in order to work that out. There's probably some language that would satisfy everybody, but we're out of time.
I mean, if the AG is cool with it, I'm good.
Thank
you.
And I just wanted, while I'm here, to thank the board. I think the last time I was here on behalf of HANA Health was 2022. And we had some cleanup items regarding, changes to the lease to accommodate the rehabilitation center. I think a few of you were on the board then. And I just wanted to report that since then, the HANA community has a rehabilitation center. People don't have to go to, Kahului for physical therapy anymore. And it's because the board stuck with us for 8 years on that project and was always willing to explore solutions rather than identify obstacles. And HANA Health really appreciates that. And we need your support again. It's a rough time for rural healthcare centers. And so we will be back to you, as the chair mentioned, hopefully sooner rather than later, to present the project and seek the other approvals we'll need. But right now, we would just urge you to allow the chair to sign the unilateral agreement with conditions 1 and 2.
And I would just note, HANA Health has been very patient with us as we've been sort of navigating our way through this this process of both district boundary amendment and now through the unilateral agreement. But I think we've made our concerns known to both HANA Health as well as to the Maui County. But fundamentally, we totally support what HANA Health is doing. Clearly, they need these services out in that community. So, and we totally understand to workforce housing to attract medical staff to come out to the facility is really important. So we've appreciated your patience with us as well. Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions? If not, is there anybody else in the public here that would like to make a comment on item D2? I see Will, you're with the county? Oh no, actually you're with
Will
HANA
is our
Health. That's
consultant.
it. You used to be with the
Used to be,
county.
yes.
Hey, did you want to add anything, Will?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. My name is Will Spence. I am one of the consultants for this project, and I just wanted to offer my support and be a resource as necessary. I'd also like to say the staff report is very accurate in describing the need in this community. And then just the last thing, I did invite Councilmember Shane Sinensi to testify as to the need for this project. And he's in a conference in Philadelphia, but it's safe to say that every discussion I've had with him on this project, he is in great support of it and really wants to see the health center expand for his community. And with that, see, I can be brief. So thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Will,
Yes.
what happened to all your curls?
Oh, man. Being director for 7.5 years, that's what happened to my car.
Okay. Yeah, he was planning.
Okay. Daniel, are you here for item D2? Did you want to add? Okay, thank you. Anybody else here for item D2? Anyone on Zoom? Anyone else?
I just have one
Yes.
sentence to read in the submission, Chair.
Yep.
If I may, accordingly, staff can only recommend chairperson sign the unilateral agreement if condition 3 is removed. So that's very clear to me. Thank you, Ian. for Andrew. Thank you.
Okay. So do I have, I'm going to close public comments. Do I
Chair,
have?
I
a
have
mo-
one more.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
wait,
please, go ahead.
before we make the motion, I have one more question. Okay, I took notice that the annual rent was $1. Do we do that for all other agencies, medical facilities that we support?
I think they're a nonprofit. So is that the minimum?
No, usually I'm not sure about how this lease was initially worked on, but, usually the Ella Mosner rent is $40 a month, so $480 a year, but I think with the circumstances, my understanding, this used to be a state facility, right? And then the nonprofit took it over, so I'm not sure, but the board may have had, these kind of
Yeah.
certain conditions because of this particular one, they may have decided on the rent.
That's a good catch, but this would, so, yes, if you're only asking for a clarification, because that lease rent isn't before us today.
Yeah,
Okay, good
Just
point.
clarification.
No.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Any other questions before I'm going to close public comments? Board members seeing no questions, do I have a motion?
So moved, Chair.
Second.
A motion has been moved and seconded to approve staff's recommendation. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you very much, Pat, for being here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much, Will.
Nice to see you all.
Same.
Oh,
here.
you bet. Nice to see you, Pua.
See ya.
Take care. Okay, let's move on back on to item D1.
D1, okay. So D1 is quick claim of the state's interest, if any, in a portion of Kinoleo Road to the county of Maui in Kihei. So what this is basically, the department, to kind of give an overview, the DLNR doesn't manage any roads or basically it's either a state highway under DOT or if not, if it's a public, then it's the counties. In this case, it is a county road. There's no debate about that, but it's no longer used as a road. It's really become a remnant because, the road has been realigned and I believe the county is seeking to potentially transfer the road remnant over, divest their ownership of it. But as part of that process, they're requesting the state issue a quit claim to them to facilitate that process. And what that is, we're quit claiming any interests we may have in the land. We're not saying that we own the road, we're not even saying that. What we're saying is if we have any interest, we're quit claiming it to the county. And it's just really a process to facilitate their transfer of the road remnant out.
And that's been our practice. I mean, we have permitted when there's been these situations with the county, just for purposes of clearing title.
Yes.
To quit claim.
Yes.
But we're not saying that this is ours. It's just whatever interest we may have had, if any.
If any, yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Board members, do you have any questions for staff?
I do. I know the area, I know the location, and I'm thankful for the church that's gonna hopefully, soon caring for the cleanup. It's in dire need of cleanup. So, yeah, so I'll be supporting the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniel, did you want to add anything or you're here to answer any questions?
Yeah, just in support, if any questions had come up on the process or the area.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anybody here that has a public comment? Anyone on Zoom, Rihanna? Okay, I'm going to close public comments on item D1. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Chair.
Second.
A motion has been moved and seconded to approve staff's recommendation on item D1. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Aye. Okay, motion passes with 6 votes. The next item is item D3. And I have asked both Aubrey and David, because in the event that the board may have wanted to go into executive session, and I'm not sure that they will, but the deputy advising the board is not available at this time. So I asked them if they would permit us to do all the D items and move D3 to the back. And they nodded. So I took that as a yes, but thank you. So Thank you, both of you, for that. Let's move on to item D4.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members of the board. This is Rebecca Anderson. I am speaking on item D4 right now, as the chair just said. And this item is a request for issuance of a right of entry permit for 1 day to Point One Vision for the Oahu Pentathlon, which is a swim, run, paddle, carry, and bike race event to take place on August 9th, 2005. The two sites that the applicant is requesting from the board are a site at Castles Beach in Kailua, tax map key 14383, seaward of 16, and Kokololio Beach in Hauula, and tax map key 1551, seaward of 2. The applicant here is Point One Vision. They're an Oregon nonprofit corporation. This event has been held previously in 2023 and 24. The applicant is the same, but I think they seem to have restructured their management structure. And so in the past, the applicant has been Point One Vision, but now they've requested that their umbrella organization, the applicant in the past was Oahu Pentathlon. And this year they've requested, because they've restructured their operations, for the permit to go to Point One Vision, which is an Oregon nonprofit company. So as I said before, this is a multimodal race. It's open to the public. The applicant expects between 100 and 200 participants. The race is multimodal, so it's a series of different legs. The race can be run by a single person who completes all of the segments themselves, or it can be run by teams of two to seven participants who complete the race relay style. And the applicant has expressed that they do this to make the race open and accessible to a really wide variety of people. The area that they're requesting at Castles Checkpoint is a 50 by 50 area containing one 10 by 10 athletic support tent. That's where the athletes will pick up their trackers and check in, a table and a cooler with food, drinks, and first aid, two 3 by 3 changing tents, and two 12-foot tall event flags placed within the shoreline for visibility from the water. And the diagram of the site is Exhibit C, if you'd like to look at that. The second site that the applicant is requesting is at Kokololio Beach in Hauula. And that's a 400 square foot site that's got a 20 by 20 area for paddled watercraft landing. It'll have just the landing area, plus one 15-foot event flag that's placed within the shoreline area for athlete visibility for water. I do want to point out that at the Castle site, so this is going to be swimmers exiting the water and changing in the changing tents and starting the running portion of the race. So there's no equipment and no storage other than the first aid tent and the food and drink tent and the athlete assistant tent there. At the Kokololio site, this is a checkpoint for the exchange from the paddling section to the biking portion. The area of state land on the beach that the applicant is requesting is a landing site for the watercraft. And I do want to point out that these are all paddled watercraft so it's ocean and recreational canoes, outrigger canoes, and other canoes rated for ocean use. None of these are motorized. They're all paddled by people power. As soon as the watercraft land, they'll be immediately transported to a staging area within Kokololio Beach Park, which is a city and county beach park. And the applicant has applied for and has received the proper city and county permits for use of the beach park, the city and county beach park area. No equipment will be stored on the state shoreline land. That'll all be inland permitted in the city and county beach park area. Consistent with the 2023 and 24 races, the applicant expects that no more than 2 watercraft would be landing in the area at around the same time. Up to 30 to 40 people would be present on the shoreline land at this location at one time, and up to 200 people would be passing through during the entire 6.5 hours for which this checkpoint is permitted. And again, let me go back to the Castles site. The applicant is expecting approximately 150 to 200 people will pass through this location over the 2-hour period, for which that site is permitted. And again, that would be swimmers exiting the water and going right on to run, so no equipment exchanges there. The In previous years, the board has asked this applicant to conduct neighborhood outreach, and they've done a pretty thorough job of that. The applicant has addressed both the Kailua and Ko'olaloa neighborhood boards at their regularly scheduled meetings and reports that the neighborhood boards responded favorably to announcements of this event and to the notice that they were given. The applicant also is providing notice to businesses and residents in the vicinity of the event by public postings and mailbox notices. They'll place little jaunty music. They'll place posters near each end of the paddle section 1 week prior to the event, and mailers will be sent to local neighborhoods to inform residents of the event and its schedule. There's no commercial activities will be conducted at either of these sites. And the applicant has applied for and received permits for, as I stated, for the beach park at the Kokololio site. They've also received for other portions of their race. They've received permits from City and County Parks and Rec at Kailua Boat Ramp and Kailua Beach Park, at Kualoa Regional Park, again at Kokololio Beach Park and Kaiau Beach Park. They've received permits from State Parks Division and have consulted with DOFA, with Forestry and Wildlife, for their use of Kaena State Park and Kaena Point Trail at during another segment of the race. They've received permits from DOBOR for the ocean-based swim and paddle segments. And so they've gotten the Marine Waters Use Permit from DOBOR for that. And for their road-based bike and race courses, they've gotten permission from City and County of Honolulu Department of Transportation Services. And they will be contracting with off-duty HPD officers for security and crowd management at the road sites as well.
Excellent. Rebecca, can I ask?
Yeah.
Realizing that it's out of the exact area that we're looking at, but since it's in my neighborhood, I'm curious about the road. So when they're going from the beach in at Castles to the run, will the run be in the road, and will the road be closed? Or
I believe the run will be on the road. I believe the applicant is here and can speak to and can speak more directly to that.
That'd be great, yeah.
So although.
Could you
we're-
introduce yourself first? Is it Sarah? Could you
Sorry.
introduce- No,
My
no,
name
no.
is Sarah. I'm the founder and the race director of the event.
Okay.
So in regards to the question around castles, I know our permit application says we expect about 150 to 200 people kind of in their area. Because of the way that teams break out, we really expect only about 30 to 40. Right now we're at like 30, what I call like units or 30 athletes actually on the course at any one time. So essentially either 30 teams or individuals. And so the recommendation of Department of Transportation Services has been that we do not shut the road down, just because it's such a relatively small number of people. And it's definitely a little bit more bunched up in the earlier part of the day. However, as the course goes, it just spreads out. So that beach entry point coming out of Castles, there's really not going to be probably more than a few athletes running out at a time, and we do station volunteers at that corner to make sure they're not jetting across the road right there, and that they are required to follow all traffic laws. So they have to use, traffic signals and crosswalk signals and things like that. And again, we have volunteers posted at different points to kind of help facilitate and what's the word I'm looking for? Just kind of maintain that.
Okay, thanks. And then in terms of parking, where's the race start and where will people be parking? Because there's definitely not a lot of parking around that.
It starts at Kailua Boat Ramp, and so that parking lot there, not only at the boat ramp, but actually over by like the paddle club has been sufficient for the number of people that we have involved. And then for, when people shift down to Castles Beach, some people do park on Kailua Loop, but we also give them maps and recommend them to go to the Aikahi Safeway parking lot, as well as the Kainalu Elementary School, and then to walk there. And again, that's just like something we try to really iterate, is just to be, conscious of the neighbors, like you guys that live there, and make sure it's not overcrowded.
Okay, and then Rebecca, you had mentioned the mailers. Did you say anything about signage, or Sarah, will there be signs posted for people who maybe use the beach but don't live in the neighborhood?
Yeah, the last few years and this year as well, we post up signs in the neighborhood area, just like laminated signs on, telephone poles or the walk right there just to inform people of like, hey, here's what's happening, here's how many people expect. We list our permit numbers on there as well as my contact information.
Okay. And Rebecca, I don't know if this is a comment to you or the applicant, but I really appreciate the maps that show specifically where the equipment is going to be on the beach. Super helpful to just be able to see that, at least from what I'm looking at on the Castles Beach map, for example, the average person's sort of use of the beach and the water won't be impeded by the tents and the flags and other equipment that they'll put up. So thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. And that, and I want to give thanks to the applicant for that. She did a really good job. And the race website also has these kind of diagrams for every checkpoint. So she did a really good job of really laying out exactly what they'll be using and how they'll be using it.
Cool. Thank you.
If there's any other questions?
I just had one. So Sarah, more for my info on the bike legs. Is this off-road or is this on roadways?
So it's all roadway. The bike's split up into essentially two pieces. One is from Kokololeo over to Kaena Point on the Mokuleia side. And then they do a sandbag carry around the point and then they pick up again at Keao on the bike. But it's all roadways.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trail stuff is the sandbag carry.
Wow. Cool.
So Sarah, just want to confirm, at either of these sites, will there be any like trailers parked on the beach?
No, it's just transitioning, getting out of water, really.
Okay, yeah, and I appreciate that you did your due diligence, met with the various neighborhood boards, communities, and you got all the necessary permits.
I apologize. Can you repeat that? You cut out for just
Oh,
a
yeah. Oh,
moment.
no, I said, I appreciate that you met with the neighborhood boards, you did the community outreach, and that you got the necessary permits, and those have all been identified in the submittal. So thank you very much, Rebecca, as that's really helpful. Sometimes we don't know whether the other permits have also been part of this. Okay, excellent. Board members, any other questions for Sarah or for Rebecca? Is there anybody in the public who'd like to make a comment on item D4? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, did you want to add anything, Sarah, before I close public comment?
I'm okay. Thank you, everyone, so much, and Rebecca.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Oh. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the staff submittal and thanks to the applicant for and to Rebecca for the diligence on this. I'm glad that I'm voting on it and not competing in it, but
Here, you can put the board team together.
I'll second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded to approve staff's recommendation on item D4. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Aye. Okay, motion passes with 6 votes.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Yes. Stay safe, stay safe.
Thank
You
you.
know, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll be in recess. Okay, there's Cindy, good. And Karen, okay.
I think that I need to call in.
Thank you, everyone. We are back in session.
D3, I really don't know.
Ian, let's move on to item D5.
So much.
Okay, thank you.
D5 is an amendment to a grant of non-exclusive easement, 5164 to, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Henry Albert Morshaw for seawall and loose rock purposes, walk wall purposes and landscaping in at tax map key 159001, portion of 38. So the purpose of amending it's already an executed easement. It's an existing executed easement. The amendments we seek are one, to insert a provision allowing the easement be appurtenant to and inure to the benefit to the private road property identified as TMK 59126 CPR 0002 and updating the insurance provision to meet the current requirements. So what I understand is the original property was not subdivided, but converted into a horizontal condominium property regime. And the unit that we're asking that the easement benefit is the most seaward. It's the one, the shoreline parcel. There's two other units, Malka of that, but rather than that the wall, the seawall easement inure to the benefit of the CPR unit that's closest to the shoreline. That's the shoreline.
I guess I have some questions on the effect. Apparently, the original easement was issued prior to the property being condominiumized, I believe. And then it was subsequently condoed. And wondered whether there were any ramifications insofar as what the interest of this current tenant is. It would be my understanding that he would be a owner of the condo with a common element or limited common element for his property. So I guess my concern is, as we extend the mortgage or the easement or, modify it. Do we do it who are we doing it to? Is there a common area? I mean, a condo association?
No, it'd be the owner of the most Mackay CPR unit. So I don't think it'd be treated like, I see what you're saying. It's not like the seawall easement is going to the overall condo association as a common area, common element. It would be the responsibility of the owner of the most Mackay CPR unit and not the others.
But as you say, it runs with the land. So if that individual owning that condo unit, who is the applicant now, changes, how does it run with the land if what he owns is a condo as distinguished from the property itself?
I believe, I don't think it should be, because I think we've done seawall easements for other properties that were sort of established this way. They're not like a high rise. It's like they kind of subdivide a lot through a CPR. And I recall that we have done easements to the CPR. I don't recall if I don't think it was treated as something like, well, it's to the association. It was to the owner of the CPR unit. Now, I assume if he sells the CPR, the unit, whatever his unit is property, the new owner of the unit would be responsible and would get the benefit of the easement and be responsible for maintaining the obligations. I don't think anything would be imposed on the other CPR unit owners that are more Malka. And I'm assuming that's just how the applicant wanted to proceed. It's not like I don't think we told them how to do it. I think they wanted to proceed
Is the
this way.
applicant going to be present today?
Barry, I don't think so, right?
No, morning, Barry Chung, Land Division. No, the applicant, excuse me, the current owner is not in the state, and then he's not on any Zoom link for the time being. But to answer your questions, Member Cha, we said in the recommendation 2B as in boy, that the easement should only run with the CPR unit, not the land underneath the CPR project as a whole. And Ian was right. We did issue at least one easement to a specific CPR unit on the north Wailua side in Haleiwa, not in Haleiwa, Wailua. So again, the subject easement will only pertain to a specific CPR unit. As a matter of fact, if you notice that this easement is going to expire in 2 years, or maybe a little bit over 2 years, together with a few more in the same neighborhood. So land division is also working together with OCCL as to the proper disposition manner after the 2-year period.
I'm also assuming that the benefit is only to the abutting CPR owner. So
Correct.
that, because it looks like a flag lot and it looks like the CPR is probably including the 2 homes.
Yeah, I think
So they don't get the benefit of this easement area.
that's my understanding too, because we did check the CPR declarations and there's no easement over the subject CPR unit number 2 in favor of the other CPR unit number 1, which is on the Mauka side of this parcel.
Okay.
I have one other question, and I understand that, so it's being issued to the owner of the condo for that particular unit as distinguished to the entire association. The other question I have is the reference, the consideration current rent is 4,200 payable semi-annually. Is that 4,200 per annum payable semi-annually, or is it 8,400 a year?
Hang on, sorry, let me check it real quick. I believe it's the whole year, but just to confirm, just a second.
So the current rent is 4,200 annually payable in semi-annual installments.
Sorry, you're right. Remember, it's 4,200 every 6 months.
So it's 84
a year, correct.
Makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah, that satisfies me.
And that may change when the when the permit expires, right, in 2 years. Okay.
At this time, we don't have anything because OCC are still reviewing the situation in that area.
Sorry, Barry, this may have been Member Chair's question, and I was squinting at maps, trying to understand and not totally listening, but there's 2 houses on this lot. That's what it looks like in Exhibit A1.
Uh-huh.
No, I think the condo is in back of that red line.
Right, but
I think the condo isn't
The
the
condo-
condo is the whole lot.
The
No, but
condo project is the whole lot.
Yeah, so
These
this
two-
is the second.
Yeah, those are the 2 homes.
But
the
there's
the
2
red
homes on the
roof.
front. There's
The
a red
mount-
roof and a gray roof.
Yeah.
Under
I thought it was a garage. Okay, maybe you're right. Yeah.
No, the gray roof is the CPL unit number 2, which is the subject. Where the red roof, which is the one Mauka, relative to the subject is CPL, another CPL unit, which is not the applicant of this subject is.
So the red roof on the map is
Uh-huh.
not subject to,
No.
okay.
No,
They don't get to share.
Very neighborly,
It's
okay.
got a little
Um,
fence up there. This is interesting. It's a nice parcel.
And
Beach.
why is this coming up now?
because the previous grantee recently sold the property to the current applicant, and because this subject easement was issued way before the board start adopting, inserting the condition, running the easement with the land, so that's why technically it's assignment. The applicant is the newest owner of the subject CPL unit number 2.
So the proposed activity the 343 section in the staff's memo, the proposed activity.
It's still the same seawall. It just happened to be the grantee identity is changed from A to B.
So
It's
there's
a
no
side-
proposed change to the seawall. The proposed activity is the transfer of ownership
Yeah, the
of the
grantee.
CPR unit.
Yeah.
And then what happens in 2027?
7. As a matter of fact, we did bring up this situation and I think 3 more easement in the same strip to OCCL and asked them if they have any position on whether we could issue a new easement beyond the 27 date. And OCCL responds that they need to go out and have a look in visually and in the site inspection. And then we did bring up the upcoming expiration date, which is about 2 years plus or minus. So, and then after that, we will continue to work with OCCL as to the disposition manner, as I said, beyond the 2027. Definitely, we'll come back to the board. If anything, that if you would, they say, assuming the approach would be to issue a brand new after 2027, we definitely have to come back to the board for
And
approval. Yes.
who is assuming this Henry Albert Marsh lot?
Yes, and who owns the most Mackay, the CPR, which is the most Mackay unit of the condo.
Okay, because it's showing up different on the city and counties.
The city and county is the new owner. Mr. Monstro is the outgoing tenant.
So the new owner is this Jeffrey.
Yep. Whatever, I forgot the last name, but I know Monstro is the outgoing tenant.
So why is the new owner not referenced in the staff submittal?
No, because we're asking for the amendment. We're asking for the amendment. So the subject easement, we didn't ask for the consent to assign because consent for assign, technically, we asked the outgoing tenant to sign the document, and then it will be a little bit hard to locate physically and ask for the outgoing tenant's signature on the consent document. So we use the approach, we asked. No, I take it back. I think for us to change the owner, the grantee from the outgoing tenant to the incoming guy, Mr. Jeffrey something, we need an assignment of easement to be signed by both parties. The way that we are doing now, we just ask the outgoing guy to sign an amendment, assuming the board approved today. That will include a provision that run with the land. That will solve the situation. It's administratively a little bit easier, a little bit effective. I mean, quicker.
So would you have to come back before the board then to assign this, or just the action of the
No.
prior? No.
We're not expecting any assignment coming back to the board because we took this route, as I said, to facilitate the transfer of the grantee.
Yeah, so the idea is not to assign it per se, but to amend the easement to run with the property. So if the new owner wouldn't have, the idea is that the easement would be, the original easement document would be amended. So it just runs, so if the new owner sells it again.
Regardless of who.
Right, it would just be the owner, whoever is the owner at the time.
But the permit does expire in 2 years, so that's gonna have to come back to the board.
In the name of the
If-
new owner.
In the name,
If-
yeah.
Yeah.
Provided that, yeah, I mean, I think,
CL
yeah.
makes the determination.
It'll be interesting to see in 2 years what the basis of the appraisal is if it's a non-exclusive easement, because, you know, it seems all grassed in.
Landscaped.
And
One of the problems.
Beach chairs,
and-
barbecue.
And therefore, who else has a use of that shoreline? I guess it depends, that whole shoreline, both sides.
Yeah, because I think there's
The
several,
appraisals.
yeah.
Yep.
This is not the only, there's several along the stretch of shoreline that are all expiring that OCCL has to sort of assess and.
Because it seems fairly expensive for a non-exclusive easement, but on the other hand, it's a fairly large area of land.
The house also sold for
$1,600.
$5.8 million. So
It's a
I'm
pretty
sure they can
exclusive
afford it.
community area too, so I'm sure.
So Chair, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So at the end of 2 years, you mentioned OCCL comes back.
Well, no, so I think they're gonna confer with OCCL on whether has there been any changes? Shoreline, because there's a seawall in front of it.
Yeah.
But I think they just have to confer with OCCL because there are other properties along this area that OCCL may make a determination that the shoreline has changed. And then as well as consideration for the non-exclusive easement.
I think the board would have to address it either way because and a little bit of a speculation here, but my guess is even if OCCL were to take the position that a disposition there shouldn't be a new disposition, I'm gonna presume that the owners are going to request one anyway, so we may just have to bring it back to the board with a recommendation to, potentially deny it, and the board would make a decision at that time whether, but I don't want to speculate on what OCCL will say. I'm just saying, even in the most extreme case, I think this matter will come back before the board because my guess is the landowners will want some decision made on a new disposition.
So there's
The landowner will also have to contend with the future issue of the seawall and whether it's going to be removed or altered or permitted.
Yeah, I think I think that should be part of OCCL's
Yeah.
review too, is like, what are the conditions of have they, been kept up? Are they still permitted, if they're altered, so.
Because under this exhibit A2, it's not real clear whether that seawall is only in front of this property or whether there are other structures in front of the others. So
In your
the,
This is what it looks like.
looks like a fairly.
That's a bunch.
Oh.
Today, the beach looks like that.
Right.
Yeah, today the beach may look like that. Oh, they've got like I guess they've got that's probably what's keeping the shoreline fairly stable there.
But a rocky, shore.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's for the next board.
Thanks, Vernon.
Yeah, no, please go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, and more just trying to understand chronologically what may have happened. So it seems like in this area, when we look at exhibit A1, that maybe the shoreline used to be different, but that's where the shoreline
Yeah.
is now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the shoreline, where it was prior, but yeah, I think it's a pretty well vegetated
Some kind of
landscape.
accreted land that the state lays claim to, and he has a non-exclusive easement.
Yeah, I
that's in
don't,
front of his property.
yeah, I'm not sure if it's, because that could have been, if they planted the landscaping, then, we, on the land, and we just said, okay, you're utilizing, even if it's for landscaping, you still need a disposition, right? Especially if there's a seawall, but there's other areas that are just landscape, we might have just said, yeah, so.
And I'm
sorry.
looking,
Yeah, if the board can go to exhibit A2, to the left of the subject area, the map also marked a non-exclusive maintenance and landscaping easement, blah, 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 which basically is telling you that there's a continuation of the structure or similar structure going to the left side when you're facing Mackay of the subject property. So this is the area that I was mentioning earlier, that we have another 3 easement, similar easement that will expire around the same time.
yeah, okay,
So
thank you, Ben.
Barry, the line that sort of cuts through the middle, that bisects the rectangle, that's the property line, or that's the,
That's the property line.
That's the
Yeah.
property line.
The
yeah.
easement. Yeah.
so then the wall.
Is in
on
the
the
state
other side.
property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of the beach park,
Yeah.
the boundary.
Okay, thank you, Barry. So Ian, my other questions. So this seems to be similar to a number of areas that we've had on our agenda in the past, like in Kaneohe Bay, where they did some dredging, and then people have a legal property line, but then there's land in front of their property that they have a non-exclusive easement. So if somebody comes by in a boat or some other way and accesses this property, they can't prevent the public from being within this easement.
No, the public, yeah, correct. The public can access the easement.
So even if there's a rock wall or a CMU wall or whatever it is, if somebody in the public knew that this was a non-exclusive easement, they could occupy that.
Yeah, they could. I mean, the question, I'm not sure if how high the wall is, if it's physically
the picture.
practicable.
Quite high.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's quite high. Yeah, you
Yeah.
need some steps going up.
Cause that was a issue we had out in, like Hawaii Kai and Niu, right? Those are all, so the wall, it's similar to this, where the wall is welled into the state land, right? And sometimes we had easements 3,500 square feet, you know, based on where the wall was built, and it's non-exclusive, you know, by the terms of the easement, but for practical purposes, right, it's not.
Someone else has easy
Yeah,
access.
and I think that's what, you know, it's factored in kind of too, right, when you look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ian, can I ask, also, maybe this is getting out of the
No, no.
purview, but it looks like there's a chain link fence here.
Sorry.
In the easement area. Is that permissible? It looks to me to be on this side of the path, that there's chain link fences on either side, on the wall, on either side of whatever that path is. I don't know if that's public access or access just for the other houses on the lot.
It would be here.
It would be,
Right here.
it looks like
Which is
there's a
fine.
fence here and a fence here, is what it looks like in the picture to me. Right? There's a fence here, and then there's a fence, a chain link fence here. So to Member Smith's question, the public could not in theory access the,
It's available for the public to occupy,
not with
whether
the,
it's easy to do so or not easy to do.
not
so.
with
Right,
the, not
right.
with the 6 foot
Yeah,
tall
but-
chain link fence.
But I think we'll have to look into this because the purposes are for seawall and loose rock wall for landscaping purposes and for seawall, loose rock wall and landscaping purposes. So I think we have to see if the fence was allowable, if it is in the easement area and if it's allowable.
Well, according to the survey map from 1987, it doesn't identify a chain link fence being there. So sometime between 30 years ago and now.
Yeah,
chain link fence was installed.
yeah.
And it's not clear who installed it. Might have been the other adjoining land.
It could have too, yeah. We don't know for sure, but
But in either event,
Pretty-
it may prohibit
That's pretty
access.
Clearly.
sorry. Oh, I see, yeah.
That's just from from kind of further down.
So it's kind of like.
Yeah.
Sort of to prevent public access.
Sort of. That were quiet like
Or
that.
to make it even harder, to make it even, but you know, I mean, but I think it is worthy to, know. Yeah, OCCO will take a look. I mean, maybe some of those inspection.
Yeah.
They've got unauthorized, they've got some unauthorized structures on the property. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, my last
Riley, you
question
had other
then, on
questions.
page 3 of the attachment, it says in that very above the recommendation that in June of 2025, OCCL will do a site inspection. Do you know what the outcome of that?
Barry, I don't know, did they? No, they already, when we were writing this submittal, OCCL said they will try to accomplish the site visit by the end of June. But as far as I know, that wasn't accomplished yet. But we are still not really going after, but we try to work with OCCL on the upcoming site inspection.
Yeah. So perhaps as a result of the site inspection, there may be another action that comes before the board.
Yeah.
If there's an if there's an unauthorized.
Yes.
structure.
This would not prevent us from
Yeah.
pursuing a notice of default,
Right.
you know, if we find one, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
What would the impact be if we deferred this item until OCCO was able to do the site inspection?
Then they'd have to come back to consent to the assignment?
No, I think we would still have the same item. We just have the new owner sign, no. Or I don't know, because the
So, Ian, can I offer something just for my? If we approve the request today, so the interest if I understand correctly, will be legally passed on to the current owner, the Mr. Jeffrey something. So if down the road, if the situation turns into some kind of enforcement action, we will have clearly identifiable parties that will be going after, rather than someone that sold the property for,
Yeah.
and then we don't know where exactly he is located. So in what I'm trying to say is, in preparation for the upcoming or the next step of enforcement or even new disposition, blah, 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 blah. So with the passing of today's request, we will have a clear party, a clear identifiable party that we can work with.
Yeah. I see that. I see Barry's point. I mean, with running with the land, we don't care who owns. I mean,
Right.
we're going to go after whoever owns it.
Right.
And they're assuming all risk when they purchase the property. And there should have been some disclosure on what were authorized or unauthorized. So, yeah, so I guess, Member Barnes, I guess that's what I see the value of this app. Yeah.
Yeah, clarity on ownership.
Yeah, yeah,
And it's buyer beware, right?
right. That's right. I mean, so, yes.
Sure, sorry, I don't understand your blah, 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 because you say a lot of that, so I don't understand what you're trying to say. But if we do that, I mean, we're live, I mean, the owner, the new owner knows what could potentially be our decision today. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they
Yeah.
should
They will,
have
yeah.
done their due diligence
Right.
upon
They
purchasing the
bought,
property.
they bought it.
As is?
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
their cause of action is
Due
against the
diligence.
previous owner.
Yeah.
I mean, they can sue the owner or their realtor for not fully disclosing,
Or
but
the
they
title
can't come to,
company.
yeah, or the title company, but yeah.
It's not us.
But it's not
Yeah.
us. So doing this action makes it easier for us
To go after somebody.
to enforce, or yeah, like Barry said, we know who the new owner is.
Okay.
Yeah, and assuming that the chain link fence is the only issue, I don't know if it is, but
Yeah.
let's assume it is for the purpose, I mean, that's not the hardest to just remove. I mean, at the end of the day, right, just to resolve it, so I can't imagine that, I would hope that this would not cause
Yes. Well, how much did they buy the property for? Amy?
5.8 million.
They probably have some resources. that they can-
Know what you're buying.
Yeah.
or-
So again, one last question. So does this landscape maintenance and landscaping easement, does it allow the condo owner to maintain that wall?
It should, because I think the wall is also included. Seawall and loose rock wall, that's why, yeah, it should require that as well, because the seawall is part of the easement.
Okay.
So, and the rock wall, the additional rock, they're parts of the easement.
So, and sometimes when existing shoreline conditions change quickly, they may need to act quickly. So if there's a problem with that rock wall and it started undermining or something like that, the abutting owner could go in there and fix the wall.
Well, I don't know if, I mean, subject to whatever regulatory requirements. I mean, usually I'm not sure when this was issued, but if it's the current, our current terms, they have an obligation to maintain it. So it's not like they have to ask us if they have to, but they do need to get whatever, if something is required from OCCL, like a SPA or something, they do need site plan approval, they do need, or a CDUP, they do need to get that.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sure these were not necessarily the questions that either Barry or Ian thought would be, but they're very legit. No, I appreciate, these are good questions. Any other questions, board members of Ian or Barry? Is there anybody in the boardroom that wants to make a comment? Is there anyone on Zoom? I'll close public comments. Board members, do I have a motion or additional question?
Move to approve staff submission.
Motion has been moved.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion has been moved and seconded to approve staff's recommendation. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item D6.
So item D6, amending a prior board action of June 14th, 2024 in regards to a request for item D4, request for mutual cancellation of a grant of non-exclusive easement 5476 to Andrea Mapuna Peters, also known as Andrea Mapuana Peters in Waimanalo. The purpose of the requested amendment today is to remove the requirement for the grantee to sign the mutual termination agreement. Initially, we were working with the easement grantee on the termination, but unfortunately, we found out from her son that she has passed away. So, at this point, we won't be able to get the signature. So we're just asking that we can move ahead with the termination agreement without the grantee having to sign.
Is there something that we could have in the future on these documents that to avoid the necessity of having to come back to the board, can be the grantee or its devise, bequeath, so that if there is a probate or a death, that rather than coming back to the board, the beneficiary or the trustee can sign?
I think, we could probably come up with language, but I would defer to the attorney generals if such language is legal or appropriate in the document.
Okay, we don't have to decide that today, but maybe just in the future. Yeah. But okay, any questions for Ian on this?
Yeah, I had a
Yes,
question.
Riley.
So Ian, on this one, so when I look at the pictures and I look at the exhibit A3, so the easement is actually like a public right of way to the ocean. Is that what it is? And their wall encroached a little bit on the easement. So that's what the easement is for.
If I can ask, yes. Yeah.
Okay. But then what they did was, it used to be a hollow tile wall with the mortar oozing out, and then they changed it and made it a much nicer looking wall, a rock wall.
Yes.
Yeah. So then they went more into the easement.
No. Yeah.
They took down the wall and they built a new one.
Yeah, the new wall is supposed to be built within, so essentially within their private property, so eliminating, essentially they remove the encroachment.
Oh.
Yeah, by
Oh, so
rebuilding.
there's no easement requirement?
No, that's why because the original wall was not as nice, so it encroached, but when they did the new wall, they moved it back into the property line.
They're
Yeah.
solely on their
Yeah.
property.
Oh.
So actually, now yeah, okay,
So then the access to the beach is wider?
wider, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's even better.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Thank you for clarifying that.
Good question. Any other questions, board members? Okay, seeing none, do I have anybody in the boardroom here on item D6? Anybody on Zoom? I'll close public comment. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve our recommendation D6.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion has been moved and seconded to approve item D6. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Motion passes with 6 votes. Thank you. Let's move on to item D7.
Item D7 is grant of non-exclusive easement S5669 it's really to Bankway as trustees for the Sugio Ueyama Revocable Living Trust and the Jane Ueyama Revocable Living Trust out in Wailupe. So we're essentially amending a prior amendment. So the prior amendments were to increase the easement area by 16 feet, and that was already approved by the board. But I guess, not sure why, but in this, in this case, what we want to do is amend the easement again, or amend the prior board action to also allow the easement to be appurtenant to to the benefit of the private property rather than the landowner. So it'd be TMK 136-315. So they're very similar to essentially the same thing as D5, right?
We have the one, we have the condo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions, board members? Is there anyone from the in the boardroom that wants to provide a comment on item D7? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close. Oh, sorry, Riley.
I have questions over here. So when I'm looking at exhibit C1, it seems like you have another one of these situations where the rock wall for the neighbor's property extends into state property also. Is that accurate?
It looks, yeah, it looks like it's part of the same structure, but yeah, it looks like it also extends. You're talking about the one on the left, right?
On the Diamond Head side? Yeah, I mean, yeah, to the left.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Isn't this a contiguous wall all along Wailupe?
Well, there's a drain ditch here.
I see, I see.
but yeah, I don't believe it's just a single structure fronting one property. I believe it does extend
Yeah,
further.
yeah.
But, you know, we would not, what we would do is hold each owner responsible for the portion of the wall in fronting the property.
Right.
Okay. So I mean, we're running into a lot of similar situations where you have easements of structures that retain or prevent erosion of the shoreline. But we're consenting to it, but at some point, there's gonna be an issue that needs to be resolved. I mean, this situation, the one at Sunset Beach, the one at Kaneohe, I mean, you got a lot of things where within state property, you have retaining walls in the ocean.
Yeah,
I see this, I think this one in my mind might be a little different. Cause this one is, I mean, I would, well, I better hold that. Yeah.
It's in the ocean.
well,
Yeah, okay.
I guess the question, I'm not sure if this is what maybe you're getting at, but the question to me is, with the shoreline, or like you're saying, in this area in Kaneohe, when there's not really a sandy beach, right? And if you, what happens if you,
You
when these
remove
ends and you
this.
remove the wall,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Or if the wall falls down.
right, it could be a worse consequence for the shoreline environment than having the wall there. I don't know. I've thought about it. That's not really I'm not a scientist, but I wonder.
But even at Rocky
yeah.
Point,
Yeah.
if the shoreline erodes and the house falls in the ocean, just looking for consistency in decision making.
Yeah.
You know, we got
I
a
think
whole lot of varying situations that are
Yeah.
handled differently.
I know when OCCL looks at these, they do look at what the impact of both the presence or removal of the structure is going to do to the sort of coastal environment. So it's not necessarily a one size fits all, you know, but in these cases, like you say, there's not really a sandy beach area right in front of it. Yeah.
And I think they also look at the stability of the area.
Mhm.
This one is, I mean, I don't think this is, yeah, not only is there not a sandy beach, unlike the North Shore, the shoreline may be dynamic and may be moving. This one, I suspect the shoreline is the foot of
Behind the wall.
behind the wall, yeah.
And I guess my concern is when I look at the picture in C2, or how many times that Sea Engineering has come to brief us on energy absorbing wall designs in the ocean. The vertical wall in the ocean is not an energy absorbing design. So, you know, if you look at like Magic Island or Koala Basin, Point Panic and all that, you see the sloping type so that the wave energy is absorbed into a wall as it goes up a slope.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
the ocean always wins at the end, right?
Yeah.
So at some point, this wall's not gonna be there. Whereas other ocean marine walls have a more long duration design. So I mean, just, at some point, this one is gonna fail before others fail.
It's true, and it's probably a much older wall, right, than those structures. I mean, they're not, I'm not sure when this was built, but a lot of them were built, I mean, I'm probably maybe all going on almost 100 years at this point.
Well,
You know,
Wailupe
so-
used to be a fish pond.
Right.
And when they dredged the Diamond Head side, where the Wailupe Beach Park is, that's where the material went.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, things you could do 50 years
Back
ago,
then,
you can't
yeah.
do now. Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Very true.
yeah, okay.
Okay,
But the issue before us is something different. And I'm all good.
Any other questions, board members? Is there anybody in the boardroom on a comment on item D7? Anyone on Zoom? I'll close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve of recommendation D7.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded to approve item D7. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Motion passes with 7 votes. Thank you very, 6 votes. Thank you very much, Ian and Land Division. Well, we still have one more item, D3, and Cindy? Oh, yeah, Kate, okay, so we can move forward on item D3? And thank you very much for all of your patience. We're gonna go back and we're gonna take item D3.
So item D3 is a denial of a contested case filed by the Native Hawaiian Legal Corp Corporation on behalf of Namoku Aupuni Oko'olahui on December 19th, 2024 regarding agenda item D9 approved as amended on December 13th, 2024, which was basically the 2025 revocable permit for the East Maui water diversions to A and B and East AEMI. Rather than go through the whole submit, I think I just want to touch on maybe a couple key points or a couple main point is that the petition and, reading the testimony submitted by the petitioner, their proper avenue for, or we believe their proper avenue for redress is to petition CWORM through an amendment of the IFS rather than the RP, because reading the petition and the testimony after that, I mean, it implies that, any diversion from the stream may cause injury because there's an impact to the in-stream habitat and potential to, for traditional customary practices. But that's not really an issue for the board, or we don't believe it's an issue for the land board to redress through a contested case for the permit. That should be addressed by CWORM in an IFS to review it, potentially amend it again. And that's the proper forum. I would also note that, looking at the recent history of this, I mean, we've had the board has already has had a contested case on the permit in 2021 into 2022. I mean, it involved, I think, most of the current members on the board, except Member Smith and the chair, but everybody was here for that. CWORM looked at the IFS and for the East Maui stream, they amended them in 2022. The RP has been modified by the board since then every year. The board has added additional conditions and amended the amount of water allowed to be diverted, which is what's being diverted now is kind of far less than what was allowed even in the contested case decision. And so, we believe that the board has, taken actions to sort of address these issues through the last several years, starting from the contested case and moving forward. So that would, and like I said, I'm not trying to say that the petitioner doesn't have any, I'm not trying to say that their argument isn't valid. It's just that we think that the proper form for any redress is the Water Commission and the IFS. If based on what their testimony and the petition says is that, really it's almost any diversion would impact and cause an impact to essentially result in injury to the petitioner. So.
There's also a procedural history. So there has been an appeal filed with the court, the appellate court and that's currently pending.
Correct. Yeah.
And maybe, I understand that the Deputy Attorney General is now available, so. Because I'd like to have a better understanding of what's on appeal in light of what's the petition before us. I mean, the motion before us. So I am going to ask that we go into executive session to confer with the Deputy AG.
Need a motion?
Yes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm wondering, should I hear from you guys first? Maybe. Yeah, let's hear from you first.
Would be helpful to me. Yeah.
We're gonna let them weigh in again before they file another
I know, yeah,
contested
no, I
case.
mean, here, you've been waiting so patiently. We should hear from you
Years.
first before, please, come on up. Yeah.
Ashley Albright, I'm here on behalf of Namoku. Nice to see you folks again. So yeah, I think there are really two, I don't know if you want me specifically to answer the question you just
No,
raised, or if
you-
I can just, okay. But yeah, I think there are really two big issues, right? Water, obviously. It's the lifeblood of Namoku's members, their traditional and customary practices, their subsistence lifestyle. That's why they requested a contested case hearing over this permit. And then today, more specifically, we're talking about due process, which will be violated if they do not get their contested case hearing, to which they have a legal right. So procedurally, I can just touch on the fact that, right, we know that in December, there was testimony from Namoku, from other community members surrounding the development, diversion, and use of water from the East Maui streams. You've read our concerns, so I won't relist all of that, but both Namoku and Sierra Club requested contested case hearings. Those were denied. The board approved the revocable permit without, fully considering impacts, in our opinion, and weighing the benefit of the diversion versus stream restoration, and without reviewing this timely filed petition. This was filed within 6 days after the board meeting, so well within the 10-day requirement. And then meanwhile, A and B, Mahipono, have been getting water through this permit for the last 6.5 months. And yet today we hear that staff and the attorneys for the state are saying that the board has no authority to give Namoku any relief, and that Namoku doesn't have a right to a contested case hearing. And that's a problem. I think if you look at the history of this water conflict in East Maui, there's often pointing towards the Water Commission as a reason why the board can't act. And I don't think that's accurate, or it's not legally accurate. I think we talked about at the last meeting, and I've seen transcripts from previous board meetings where maybe none of you were present. But the Water Commission, they have the authority to set these minimum flows. But that's separate from your kuleana as a trustee of the public water resources to permit the use of the water, the diversion of water, right? So you can decide whether someone can divert the water, how much they can take. And the board isn't required to give out any more water other than what's required to be in the stream based on the IFS. So these are two separate kuleana, and we know this. And I think when you look at the 2018 decision, there's the premise of that 64% base flow in the streams is going to help with a 90% recovery of habitat. So the more water in the stream, the more habitat, the more access to these o'opu, the hihiwai, the opai, the things that Namoku members and other community members rely on for their traditional and customary practices. So I think that's just something that you need to keep in mind when we're talking about what the board's authority and how that connects to the injury that Namoku is claiming, and why that means that Namoku does have standing, and why you can redress these injuries via a contested case hearing now. Yeah, I mean, and I can go through other stuff we've talked about in our petition and on appeal as well, which I'm sure you'll hear from your attorney as well. But Namoku has a right to a contested case hearing because Native Hawaiian practices are they're constitutionally protected due process rights. And when an agency impacts these rights, then they have a right to a hearing. They have not had a full, Namoku has not had a full contested case hearing on all of these streams, and the impacts to their practices from the taking of water from all of these streams. So regardless of the 2018 IAFS decision, which spun from the 2015 contested case hearings, regardless of all these Water Commission meetings and Board of Land and Natural Resource meetings, the East Maui stakeholder meetings, there's never been an opportunity to present evidence, to take testimony, and to really develop a factual record that you folks can look at to really think through what the best scenario would be for everybody. I mean, Namoku, obviously I'm advocating on their behalf, but there's a lot of factors, and you can't get that from, 2-minute testimonies across the board from one meeting, and that's going to be enough to tell you what you should do. And this has been going on for a long time, and yeah, there's never been one on these revocable permits for Namoku. And I'm just trying to think what else I want to say. I mean, I think that there's a lot of frustration with the fact that this written petition is being dealt with at this point. I mean, it's been 6.5 months since the permit's been in play, and it's been a while since the appeal was filed. And so it's kind of procedurally confusing. And so here we are trying to navigate this situation, and you probably have to give that some thought as well. But I'm just ultimately here to just ask you to reject the staff's proposal and give us the opportunity to present our evidence at a contested case hearing. Thank you.
Drum roll. Board members, do you have any questions for Ashley?
Yeah, I just wanted to recollect the meeting in December.
Mhm.
So this was the meeting where you and Kimo sat down with Meredith Ching and I forget the other guy's name. And you
Brad.
tried to come up to a resolution that you could all live with.
Mhm.
And then at the end of the meeting, Kimo filed a contested case that he had prepared before the meeting, right? So that, I just want to make sure.
Correct.
I mean, and I think the chair tried to give you guys an opportunity to be part of the process and try to find a path forward. And I was under the impression that when you guys finish your discussion, that you had come to some kind of agreement. And he's saying no. So that I was mistaken then.
I mean, yeah.
So I just want to recollect
Correct.
what occurred at that meeting. So that's the same meeting.
Same meeting.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I'm good.
And Port, did you want to ask?
No, I would like to hear what's on appeal from Miranda.
Okay, well, so, Ashley, before we go into executive session, how is Namoku's, well, one, what is Namoku's specific interest that is different from Sierra Club's?
I mean, as an entity, its members are lineal descendants from the Kenai Wailua Nui area. They exercise traditional and customary practices in these streams. I'm not saying, I think there are members of Sierra Club who do as well, but I can say for a fact that that's like the focus of these folks. I mean, I think there's definitely overlapping interests, but Namoku as an entity, these members, these community members have not had a chance to participate, and they have a right to.
And what, can I ask you, because you were also here, who from Namoku testified during that December hearing? Because I don't recall any Namoku members testifying, but you said they did.
I believe Junior Kekivi was on Zoom. And I think there were other, I would have to go back and look at community members that I don't necessarily work with on a daily basis, but I know there were other Native Hawaiian East Maui community members who testified.
And in light of, so Seaworm, so the actions by the Water Commission, they have restored many of the streams. You would admit to that? No.
Yeah.
So could you identify for me the well, let me ask, because I want to address your due process issue. Because we gave you an opportunity, to present your position, and you participated in the hearing, and it was a rather long hearing. What other evidence would you want the board to have heard?
I mean, I think, there was a lot of going back and forth even with looking at the expert report that I believe Mahipono had included with its testimony in terms of how much water was actually needed. I think what they were asking for was inconsistent with what the report said. And so there's a lot of back and forth on that. We also, if you recall, I think the board may have asked Mahipono to consider how much it costs to line reservoirs and stuff. And I mean, so we're just going off of what's being told to us, but it'd be nice, I think.
What would your clients have added?
My clients from their perspective.
That you were not permitted to provide us at our board meeting.
I mean, I don't think you have the benefit of hearing all the practices associated with all the streams. I think there's a lot, I mean, to be honest, there's a lot that we don't know, that we would like to know, that I think and you probably don't know. I think that's the point of the contested case hearing, right? Is to get a fully developed factual record that you folks can review to make the best decision. It's not just what we have, it's what they have that we don't have. And I think that's important.
Were those interests not included in the previous Water Commission contested case hearings?
I think whether or not it was included in the previous Water Commission hearings. Oh, I know more has happened since 2015 when those hearings first kind of took place. But this is its own decision. It's its own action. And there's certain things that need to occur when the board is making a decision. And particularly, I didn't touch on it in my testimony this time, but we did talk about Kapa'akai, right? That wasn't done here. And it's supposed to be done every time an agency acts. I mean, there was a Supreme Court decision a few years ago that came out saying that even applies to rulemaking. So if it applies in a scenario like that, we're talking about a permit that's authorizing the diversion of millions of gallons of water a day, why wouldn't the impacts be something that is looked at?
But could the board have considered the testimony provided in the contested case hearing where there was a development of the record, which, and when I say the contested case hearing for purposes of the Water Commission, that there was extensive testimony provided by cultural practitioners, traditional customary practices on their water needs. And as a result of that, the Water Commission determined the IIFS and how much water had to be put back and restored. So would your client's testimony have been were they not given an opportunity to participate in those contested case hearings before the Water Commission?
They were given an opportunity to participate in those. I think when we're talking again, when we talk about the different kuleana of the board and the Water Commission, and the fact that that decision was premised on the fact that X amount of water in the streams means that you're going to restore 90% of habitat. I mean, you can restore more, and maybe more is better. And we need to talk about that. And that's something that needs to be considered. And part of the due process protections is the ability to cross-examine witnesses. So I don't know, it's a new day, it's a new decision. There are other people involved. The scenario, like the climate is different. This is due process, and this is their right to a hearing.
So I understand that, but this is a 1-year revocable permit that we were issuing. And it was very clear that the board was moving towards issuing a license. There were a lot more other considerations. So this was a 1-year permit that there had been, I guess I'm trying to address your due process claim, that due process, it does provide for, it's not, my recollection is the court does say that due process it entitles you to an opportunity to be heard and a notice. And we've had numerous hearings there on the revocable permit and moving us towards the license. There have been numerous hearings, court cases on the Water Commission's proceedings on establishing the IIFS in return. So I am wondering, what more process would you believe you were entitled to, your clients were entitled to?
I was trying to pull up a quote from the Hawaii Supreme Court. I think what helped to answer the question from the Mauna Kea case, right? To say that these procedures, so like contested case hearing procedures, are designed to ensure that the record is fully developed and subjected to adversarial testing before a decision is made. Yet that purpose is frustrated if, as was the case here, the decision maker rules on the merits before the factual record is even developed. Such a process does not satisfy the appearance of justice, since it suggests that the taking of evidence is an afterthought and that proceedings were merely moving in predestined grooves.
But you're assuming that the board did not consider the previous, at least, CWRM's process, the IAFS, the restoration, that the board had not previously considered, because my recollection was some of those things weren't included in the staff submittal. So I guess I'm just really trying to understand, what process was your clients denied other than the ability to cross-examine?
Just the ability to participate in something they're constitutionally entitled to is, I think, enough. That's what the law says. That's what the Constitution says. I think there might be because environmental interests, right, are shared between and among the Sierra Club and Namoku. I mean, I get that we have some of the similar interests, but I'm wondering if there was a third party that did not have the exact same interests as we do, our clients do, would we be looking at that differently? Because maybe those people never had a chance to participate in a hearing. And I just we're all separate entities with separate rights. And I think that that's what we need to focus on.
Except that the issue before us is Namoku.
Correct.
And Namoku participated in previous contested case hearings with Water Commission. You have appeared before us on numerous times. So I guess I'm really just trying to understand, and from from a due process analysis, what process did you feel that Namoku was denied? It was a very lengthy public meeting we had. We gave you an opportunity to come here, to meet with them outside, to tell us, what your interests are, what you'd like us to do. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, what else would you have, do you believe you were entitled to? Because due process isn't always just through a contested case hearing. It could be through, these public hearings that we've had numerous, and if the issues are the same, and to a large extent, if the Sierra Club's interests and Namoku's are shared, David Franco is an extremely, he is a competent lawyer who I'm sure that a lot of the questions he asked and he covered in his proceedings, you would have asked as well. I mean, David is always a protector of the public trust, and I'm sure, he considered interests of cultural practitioners. So I am just trying to understand what additional process did you feel your clients were entitled to? But okay, can I just ask you, what is the current status of the appeal?
Sure. But if I could kind of touch on what you were saying before, just as a, I think we put this in our testimony, and I don't think I said it as directly here, but so Namoku never had its contested case hearing on these permits. It also requested a contested case hearing on the long-term lease. 2001. That contested case hearing never really got off the ground. There was a motion for interim relief, so a little bit of relief was given, but the hearing never actually happened, to the extent of Namoku had to go to court to ask the court to reconvene because BLNR wasn't actually holding the hearing. So never had the opportunity there. So that's frustrating. 2015 permits, Namoku filed a request for a contested case hearing that was denied, and that was on appeal for a very long time, pending the decision in Carmichael, which came out in 2022. And we got a result from the circuit court just last January saying that Namoku has a right to a contested case hearing. They had a right that day. So I guess I'm just trying to reiterate the fact that we never had our day, I don't want to say in court, but our day before these administrative bodies to be able to participate on these issues, whether it be the long-term lease, whether it be these revocable permits that have been renewed or reapproved or continued or whatever for the last several decades, which is the same thing as a long-term lease. So that's why we are where we are. And then for the appeal, we appealed the denial of our request for a contested case hearing.
And that was the appeal, that was for this one.
It was for this one, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're catching up, so
Yeah.
only now we're bringing this matter.
Yeah, so we just finished briefing, and our oral argument will be in August.
And so, you recognize, and we're in July. But if the court orders, no, you gotta have a contested case board, you should have granted Namoku and Sierra Club a contested case. You will admit, we're gonna have to do a contested case, right? But aren't our well, okay, so that's the current, so do you know when, is there a briefing set forth? You've just completed all of, so all of the briefs, argument has not been scheduled?
It's scheduled for August 22nd.
For August 22nd, so you're asked, and I recognize you had no control over the timing on this, and it comes before you now in July, but what's going to rule at the end of the day is what the courts decide. So if the courts say you're required to do a contested case hearing, I mean, the reality is, even if we grant you a contested case, by the time we procure a hearing officer, by the time it may be after the court renders its decision. Okay. And I know that this wasn't, you didn't design the schedule. You would have preferred that the board acted sooner than come July. Okay.
Yes.
So I understand. Okay. Thank you for your entertaining my comment. Any other questions, board members, for Ashley?
I guess, Ashley, I just had a clarifying question, part of the exchange that you and Chair were just having earlier. But I guess kind of reading between the lines of what I understood you to be saying, and if you could help me understand whether this is correct, I think that, and Chair can also correct me, but my understanding is that there was a conversation being had about sort of were the interests of Namoku already represented in past contested cases. And I think what I heard you saying is whether or not there were similar interests represented by, say, Sierra Club, the members of Namoku individually and collectively still have a constitutional right to have their individual interests represented in a contested case hearing. Is that accurate? Or if not, could you correct my understanding?
Yeah, I mean, well, Namoku as an entity and their members, I mean, their constitutional due process interest, I guess, is based on their members' practices. So I'd say that you're accurate, but they do have a right, and they've never been able to represent that in the other venues that they've participated in so far, which is mainly, I mean, we've been at these meetings, and it's not, to me, not enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for example, if I had interests and my interests were exactly the same as those interests being represented by Sierra Club, I still individually would have a right to due process because I'm not Sierra Club.
Yeah. I can think of examples of contested case hearings where multiple people have rights to contested case hearings. So there's a lot of petitioners, and everybody has the right to participate once they're granted that. So, yeah, thank you.
Just one final question.
Sure.
Sierra Club has consistently requested a contested case hearing on these revocable permits. And I'm sorry, my term has only been since 2023. In the time that I've been here, Namoku has never asked for a contested case. Last year, December was the first time that Namoku. What's the difference between the previous RPs and this one that Namoku decided to ask a contested case hearing here at this time?
This was the first revocable permit that came out after the court ruled on whether we had a right to a contested case hearing before. I mean, no rhyme or reason other than, I mean, that's.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. You know, I appreciate that. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. David?
Good morning. Let me touch on a few things. Want to remind you, the Water Commission ordered work to modify diversion structures on 6 streams in the East Maui area in 2022. None of the work has been done yet. It has not happened at all.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to interject, but and do you know the reason why it hasn't?
In part because A&B EMI failed to timely ask for permits. They waited, in some cases, more than a year to apply when you ordered them to do things right away. They've been dragging their feet.
And I'm going to fall on my sword. My understanding is also that those permits that they have applied for, in many instances, State Historic Preservation
Right.
Division has not timely reviewed. So when those permits did come in, our office have not timely reviewed those.
I don't know, are you the Chief Historic Preservation
I am the
Officer?
SHPO. I am the SHPO.
So,
Yes, so that's also been brought to my attention, but your point is well taken.
okay. You know, there was a lot of issues. Vernon at the last meeting expressed frustration. Oh, there's just so many issues. It's just so complicated. Yeah, that's why you have a contested case hearing, because it's complicated. There's technical things. Let me just sort of rattle off the issues that are festering. Do you use an annual average versus a monthly average? You guys have sort of, well, A and B demanded it, so you gave it to them. You don't understand the implications of doing so. That's the kind of thing that can be fleshed out at a contested case hearing. Are you going to line the portions of the ditch that leak, or are you going to let it keep leaking? Are the reservoirs going to be lined? Have you guys looked at the data and how much it costs to line a reservoir? How many millions of gallons per day do various crops need? You got new information, as Ashley just mentioned, where they need way less water than Ian calculated in his staff submittal. They don't need as much water as you required. This is the kind of conflicting factual information that can be fleshed out at a contested case hearing. What streams are A and B getting the water from? You have no idea. You're trustees. You don't know what streams are getting the water from and what streams they're not getting water from in light of the various water commission orders. You don't know. Has restoration worked? Do you have any idea? Isn't that the kind of information that a contested case hearing would get that information out? This information, by the way, some of it's held by staff at the Water Commission. A lot of it's held by EMI. We can't obtain that information without cross-examination. They don't tell you this stuff because you don't ask. Ian doesn't ask. We're the ones asking for that information. Ashley's asking for the information. We can't get that outside the context of a contested case hearing. System losses. How are you going to calculate system losses? What's an acceptable level of system losses, given the changes that have occurred, particularly over the last few years? What about the many false statements that A&B has made to you folks and to court? Are we going to, a contested case hearing is a process by which the credibility of witnesses can be tested through the vigorous process of cross-examination, a process you have not afforded, folks. There's been so much information that's come out in the past few years. For example, when the Water Commission's decision came out in 2018, A&B calculated that 90 million gallons a day of water were available from East Maui. But Aaron Strauch at the Water Commission has looked at the new data, rainfall data over a course of decades, and has calculated now I can't remember the exact number, but it's about 52 million gallons a day of water are available from all the East Maui streams. That's considerably less than A&B was counting on. And yet they're planting their crops as if, and expanding their operations as if 90 million gallons a day are going to be available. That's going to be a problem for them. And they're going to use that as a way to strong arm you folks to let them have more water. It's foolishness. This is the kind of information that can come out in a contested case hearing. A contested case hearing allows all the parties to obtain information that only the applicant has. It's a way to assess the credibility of the information provided for by witnesses, and it's an opportunity for us to present witnesses to you that we don't have at a regular board meeting. I want to point out the court has already made decisions. Yes, it'll be deciding on whether the 2025 permit should have had a contested case hearing, and you guys are going to scream and holler about the problems created when you lose that case. But it's already decided back in 2016, you were supposed to have a contested case hearing. If the court's already decided that and you did not appeal, what's different about today? The court's already decided. The court's already decided Carmichael, where you spent years, before any of you were on the board, that an EIS did not have to be done for a revocable permit. You lost that case. In Beelenar versus Crabtree, you folks made manifestly false statements in court, and you were sanctioned for it. Your claims were judged frivolous. Your statements you made in court were not supported. Why are you going through all this effort to do everything that the diverter wants and ignoring what Native Hawaiian practitioners want? Why? It makes no sense. It's clearly unjust. The court's ruled against you. Why would you continue to allow this practice to go on and deny folks the right to cross-examine Alexander and Baldwin? Why do you need to protect Alexander and Baldwin's, Mahi Pono, EMI's interest so vigorously? It's irrational. And it's unjust. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I guess I have a comment. Well, just board members, do any of you have a comment? I guess I had a different recollection of that meeting than you did. I did not view this land board as vigorously advocating for A&B. I viewed that we provided all of you an opportunity to try to address the annual versus monthly, to address the agriculture. How much water do you need? I had Department of Ag saying they needed a lot more water based upon their ag estimates than even we were projecting. Similarly, I mean, I think that we saw the license, and I'm not going to deny it has taken us a while to get, but we are moving in that direction to issue out a longer term disposition than these annual RPs. But we have given you opportunity. You were permitted to ask us questions. We subsequently asked Mr. Nakama's questions that you had raised. That was my recollection, that the hearing, it wasn't a contested case hearing, but we did allow people to ask us questions that we subsequently asked AMB to respond to. Why do you want the annual versus, and you wanted, and they provided us an explanation. So, I mean, I think that there was an opportunity. It's not this, and I am in no way suggesting that our questions amounted to a contested case here. No way suggest, but I also do believe that that the board did provide all the parties, an opportunity to fully participate in the process. I'm not saying it's a contested case hearing, but let me ask you the same question that I asked Ashley. So all appeals have been filed. There will be argument, you said August.
Their
That's
case is August. Sierra Club's case is July 30th, I
Okay,
believe.
sooner than that.
Mhm.
So, as I told Ashley, you did not have control over our schedule. I mean, we just brought this matter for action this month. So, but would you agree that whatever the court decides, that's really going to be the outcome? If the court says, board, you got to hold it, your denial of their contested case hearing was wrong, you have to hold a contested case hearing. Or if they tell us the denial was okay, you don't have to have a contested case hearing.
Well, I can't see how the court's going to deny it when already you have a case from 2016. The environmental court said you were supposed to have one.
We don't know what they're going to decide, but they may decide either way.
What you should be doing is starting the process now, not only for this year, but there's going to be a request for the next permit for 2026. It takes you a while. Start the work now.
Fair enough. No, fair enough.
Start the process. So Judge Crabtree ordered you folks to have a contested case hearing in, I'm going to get my years wrong, 2023, I think it was. I may have the year wrong. And you folks took more than a year to do the process of doing a hearings officer. It doesn't have to take that long. It really doesn't. You guys are either deliberately or through in lack of care, dragging things out. And that's not right.
That's not fair.
You know what? What's not fair is what's happened. When your attorneys lie to the Supreme Court, that's not fair. You've never issued an apology for that. You've never apologized. You were sanctioned, but you never apologized for misrepresenting when you said to the court that not enough water was provided to fight the fires on Maui. That was a false statement, not supported by any evidence at all. It was baseless. It was frivolous. You've never apologized for that. So if you want to say that my statements are impolite or rude, fine, but your conduct over the years has been unjust, unfair, and dishonest. And the record, we've got court cases on all those points.
I just have a comment. So when we got our packet, I looked at D3 and I looked at the recommendation, one-liner, and we all know what the recommendation says. We are deliberating right now over everything leading up to this recommendation. So are we not here to basically deny the position for a contested case hearing filed by Namoku? And that, for that reason alone, are we not here to discuss just this recommendation?
That is the action, the submittal before us. And it's just on the staff's recommendation to deny the contested
I
case.
just
hearing.
wanted to make sure I was.
Yes, no, you're correct. Okay, no, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Wayne Tanaka, Circle of Hawaii. We are respectfully but strongly urging you to reject the staff recommendation and to grant Namoku its requested contested case hearing. I guess just to start, as Kilo mentioned, like there's some complicated issues and there's big questions about the credibility of, what's been presented to this board. And even without, those credibility concerns, I think a lot of the evidence that should inform this permit, the conditions of permit, and so forth. They need the close examination, the cross-examination, the defense of what the parties have presented. And I really appreciate having been given the opportunity to try and work things out with the applicant, with the RP applicant, but the 5-10 minutes outside when it's things are very heated. Again, questions about good faith, and then the complexity of issues. I don't think it's realistic to expect that we would have come up with a solution that I think was satisfactory. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. I do want to also emphasize that the public trust, it's related to, but it's different from the water code, right? So the water code applies to CWIM, but as you know from Kauai Springs, public trust applies to all agencies. It's because it's been in the Constitution. In Kauai Springs, the Supreme Court found that even a county planning commission has the duty and authority to take action to uphold the public trust in water. And when you look at this long line of case law, all the way up until last year's Nava'iha ruling from the Supreme Court, public trust, it requires the trustee to not just be a passive umpire, right? The trustee has to always be looking at ways to protect public trust purposes, right? So in Nava'iha, even though there's a settlement between OHA and HTNS and the other parties on stream flow requirements, when HTNS ended its sugar operations, that the trustee to consider whether more water could be returned to streams, right? Because that's public trust purpose. And so, so really, to the extent the public trust applies to this board, I think there's a duty to try and examine ways that you might be able to better protect public trust in water, right? Avoid waste, ensure that uses are reasonable, beneficial, and don't impact public trust purposes or justified, in light of impacts given other benefits. And so contested case would really, as I mentioned, would give you the information you need to, do that due diligence examination of how you can uphold public trust. Beyond that, I'm kind of to the point that Kimo's raised. It's been 40 years that the board has been issuing these 1-year permits. Right? So it's just 1 year, but it's year after year. It's 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. It's been 40 years, and unfortunately, there hasn't really been a due regard to the public trust in these decisions, right? Like requiring the applicant to show their actual need, demonstrate actual need, to demonstrate there's no impacts to public trust purposes, like native Hawaiian interest opposing practices, and waters in natural state, or that if there are impacts are justified. Like there hasn't really been the fulfillment of the board's fiduciary obligations throughout the time. And, to be real, it's because the applicant is an A&B, right? One of the most powerful entities in our islands. They at one point employed hundreds of workers, they would throw buckets of money at candidates for office. And so, so beyond just the legal due process requirements, beyond, the public trust duties of the board, this is an opportunity to pivot away from that legacy of abdication, and really get the information that you need to maybe resolve some of these long-standing issues, and that's going to benefit going forward potentially, right? Because then, to the extent we actually really do get into the weeds on this permit, that could hopefully guide future permit decision making to the extent that we might not have a license ready to go by the next permit period. So yeah, so I guess I'll leave it at that. I just yeah, I just would urge the board to really take this opportunity to maybe, finally, do the work, and really it's going to take a lot of work from the AGs and and the hearings officer whoever you procure, but I think it's valuable work and it's worthwhile, and it's part of I think legal obligations to the board. I do want to note, like, I appreciate that there's some concern about the administrative burden of running contested case hearing, and there's, as the submittal says, there's a government interest in reducing the time and resources to be spent on a contested hearing. But I think there's also very strong government interest in the Constitution and upholding public trust and affording due process and protecting traditional customary defined rights as well. And so, maybe that should also be considered as part of the equation. And to the extent that you anticipate needing resources, I also encourage maybe baking that into your budget request, or having AGs in their budget. I'm not sure exactly how the money flows, but that's something maybe to consider for this session. Otherwise, yeah, please urge you to reject the staff recommendation. Have to answer any questions.
Mr. Thompson, I will, and you've appeared before this board many a times. Contrary to your assertion, I think this board takes very seriously their public trust responsibilities. Maybe it's not always as evident, but I think this board balances and it looks, and it does take into consideration when they make their decision, public trusts, our public fiduciary duty. I believe even in the case of EMI. And I am not going to relitigate or rehash what happened prior to us coming on board, but when we came on board, there was a concerted effort to move towards the license. Get off of, because we'd heard that the court had been very clear, no more RPs. And so I think that there's been a concerted effort by the department to move towards a longer term disposition and to fully address the questions of waste, the questions of ecosystems, the question of especially traditional customary practices. I think the board's actions, in all of us, I think we do take consideration, questions about public trust. I think even today, just questions regarding the shoreline and continuing to have public access. If you were here over the last 2 months when we did the final EIS for the Army, the court took great pains in applying public trust responsibilities in our analysis and finding in taking those actions. So, I do take a little, like I said, a contrary position to your assertion that we don't. We do apply the public trust duties and the analysis in making our decisions. We have, through this board, has taken very deliberate actions in addressing Kapa'akai, more so than I would say others, that this board has really looked at that and the department has tried to integrate that. Some divisions better than others, but this department has tried to fully integrate the Kapa'akai analysis before we make a decision.
And just to clarify, when I talk about the history of abdication of public trust, I was speaking to the 40 years of, right? So iterations of this board well before your time. And I do appreciate the steps you've taken in other contexts to really, drill into what it means to uphold the public trust. I think a contested case hearing would further that movement that this board has, I think, taken some leadership in. To give you the information so that you can make decisions that are more fully informed and can better uphold the public trust doctrine.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Tanaka?
No,
Okay.
I just appreciate you and your statements to us today. Thank you.
Do I have any other? Do I have any other comments? Not in the boardroom. Do I have comments on Zoom? I do see a few. Tara Rojas.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay. So I'm listening to, your comments, and I'm gonna strongly urge you to grant this contested case because, as you just said, if this board truly honors the Kapa'akai framework and, the public trust doctrine and that you're upholding it, then granting this contested case is non-negotiable, especially and in light of Lahaina, Maui. We know the issues. We know that AMB, we know that big money talks in this state because this state favors these big corporations that have been doing this unlawfully, illegally for all these years. And that's what talks. And then I know I've been in it, coming for a while too. And I know you all truly listen, but here's the thing. Do you guys come in with a conceive? Yes, you listen, but if you already came with your decision to, no, we're not going to, then that's really not listening to the community, and that's really not listening to a Maui community, and especially not resolving the decades of harm. By now, it should be automatic that the water issues on all of our islands need to come first and foremost, because that is already written into the laws. And so, especially because of the legal, the cultural effects and impacts. And we're talking about kalo farmers. We need food sustainability. We know that the state, their way of dealing with anything is just to poison. So we're having all of these issues on all the islands. And on top of that, these water issues. So regardless of, it's been heard before, they gutted it out. So Kapa'akai requires more than acknowledgement. It requires, analysis. It requires findings. It requires protection. So a contested case, my last line, a contested case is truly the only pathway to meet that standard and to really uphold your kuleana, because water is life.
Okay. Thank you for
Mahalo.
Thank you. Shan Hodges.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Shay Chan Hodges. I am a former member and chair of the Maui County Water Board, but I am testifying as an individual. I respectfully urge you to deny the staff recommendation in item D3 and grant Namoku Apuni Oko'olahui the right to a contested case hearing. A contested case would provide an opportunity to re-examine the 2025 revocable lease in the context of the recent news that Alexander and Baldwin is no longer a 50% owner of the EMI system. As I am sure you are aware, on June 17, 2025, AMB entered into a termination agreement with Mahipono Holdings that transferred AMB's remaining 50% ownership interest in East Maui Irrigation to Mahipono, which is owned by PSP Investments, a public sector pension controlled by the Canadian government. This means a foreign government entity now completely controls the infrastructure that delivers Hawaii's constitutionally protected public trust water resources. This is a significant change from the circumstances of last December. The shift in control of Maui's critical water infrastructure to a foreign government raises new serious questions about transparency, accountability, state sovereignty, national security, and the adequacy of our current legal protections for public trust resources. For example, allowing a foreign-controlled entity to manage the delivery infrastructure may violate the foundational public trust principle. Recent legislation has aimed to limit foreign ownership of utilities and critical infrastructure. The transaction may also have required review by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States because of its implications for critical infrastructure and national security. And there are also concerns about compliance with federal law. PSP Investments' lobbying activities, including engagement with this body, may violate federal disclosure requirements, particularly under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, also known as FARA. One last thing. As far as transparency goes, in recent weeks, I have been in contact with Canadian union leaders, advocacy groups, and journalists. The most common word that comes up with regard to PSP operations is secretive. Again, I urge you to grant the contested case hearing to Namoku. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Shay. I have Sadie Green.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Sadie Green and I live in Haiku, and I'm here today to voice my strong support for our neighbors in East Maui who are asking once again to simply be heard. This is not just a bureaucratic decision about water permits. This is about whether the board will honor its responsibility to the people of East Maui, to our ecosystems, and to the law. Your staff is saying that you don't have the authority to grant relief, but I don't believe that to be true. It's not true. In fact, the board has already used its authority in the past. You've set diversion caps and in some cases ordered full flow restoration. So you've done that before and you can do it again, and you should. I think it's important that we restore the water in the streams, and having that water left in the streams in East Maui, it gives us a return of our ecosystem. And we know that that ecosystem is also changing because of climate, and the people who are living with the impacts of that every day are being left out of this conversation, and it's really a shame. The board is a trustee of our public trust resources, and the water is supposed to be managed as such for the benefit of us all. This means small farmers in East Maui who rely on these streams. It means communities who want clean water flowing to the ocean to keep our fisheries and reefs alive. We should all be listening to those who live closest to these streams and depend on them. Their request for a contested case hearing deserves to be granted. And I just want to add that I also I'm quite shocked to hear and to learn about the multiple court findings that have found this board has been failing to follow proper processes. And I urge you to take those into account. So that's, just to end, I think that for far too long, East Maui has waited, and the farmers, the families, and the ecosystems deserve justice. And today you have a chance to move that forward by granting this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadie. Is there anyone else, Rihanna? Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Do I have a motion to go on executive session?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor, please say aye. Okay, motion. So we're gonna go into executive. We're probably gonna take a lunch break as well. So we're gonna come back at we're gonna take a 45. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. So
I think I underestimated this thing, but okay.
okay, and thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Are we on?
And maybe, Chair, just for the viewing public, did you wanna just let them know that you're moving the decision?
Oh, yeah.
making?
We're back on the record. We were in executive session to confer with counsel on item D3 regarding the board's privileges, immunities, and liabilities. We are going to take out of order K1 because the members of the public that were interested in D3 have not returned, and we would like to take action when they're in the room. So we're going to take out of order. I'm going to hold and we're going to do K1.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, board members. Michael Kane with item K1. This is a conservation district use application for the subdivision of land on behalf of the County Department of Public Works on the Big Island of Hawaii. And a brief history, I think our board report is hopefully complete. Wainuenue Avenue, it's over 100 years old, and it was built in a manner that encroached upon state land. So in 2017, the board addressed the issue and granted Public Works a right of perpetual easement to do maintenance on the in the right of way, or what would have been the right of way. And one of the requirements of that decision in 2017 is that they come to the board and seek a subdivision to create a separate parcel. So we're following up on that 2017 decision here. In terms of subdivision of the conservation district, there's two criteria we look at. One is that it's for a public purpose use. We don't allow private individuals to subdivide conservation district. And the second, that it's consistent with our public trust obligations and the purposes of the conservation district. In this case, the purpose of the subzone is to preserve open space where urban uses are premature. And we are confident that maintaining vegetation along the highway is consistent with our obligations and the conservation district. With that, I think the report is complete. We are recommending approval. And Ron Terry should be online.
And I think he sent us a note that he's available to answer any questions, but I don't think, oh, there, Ron, did you want to introduce yourself? Did you want to add anything to that?
No, Michael did a good job of summarizing. I'm Ron Terry. I'm the field scientist and the preparer of the CDUA. I was hoping to have Alex Kalave from the County of Hawaii here, but you took us a little bit by surprise. So he's not here yet, but we really appreciate you moving us up here. I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. I think our CDUA and Michael's summary of it has everything in it.
Okay. And I do note that the county did provide written testimony. Thank you. And good to see you, Ron.
Hello. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any questions for members of either Michael or the applicant? Okay. Is there anybody in the boardroom here provide public comments? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve item K1 as recommended by staff.
Second. Okay, motion has been moved and seconded to approve item K1 as submitted by staff. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that there are 6 votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, board and staff at DLNR.
Very good. Thank you. All right, we're going to take the last matter on our agenda, which is, I'm going to go back to item D3. I'm sorry, we did provide the members of the public, David Frankel, Ashley Aubrey, as well as Wayne Tanaka, that we were going to reconvene at 1 o'clock. And perhaps they got attended someplace else. So, board members, I have closed public comments. Do I have a motion or what's your pleasure for item D3?
Sure.
Yes.
For the reasons based in the submittal, I am supporting staff's recommendation to deny the contested case filed by Namoku Aupuni Oko Olau. Hui.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion has been moved and seconded. We're gonna go, so I'm gonna go into discussion. Provide the board members an opportunity to make any comments on the motion.
Chair, I'll make some comments if that's okay.
Yes.
I respectfully will not be voting for the motion. I disagree with staff's submittal and recommendations in a couple of areas. I do believe that this board has authority and cannot defer our duty to CWRM, and that we have powers and responsibilities related to ensuring that stream diversions align with public trust obligations. So I disagree with staff submittal in that regard. And I think based on everything that we heard today, the comments that we received, which were fairly numerous, and actually just sort of my reading, which is, you know, I have to respect staff and the work that they put into this submittal, but I have a different read. I do believe that Namoku has a right to a contested case hearing. And I think that to deny that is, I just don't think it's consistent with the law and precedent. And you know, I know that this is not the question before us. I think we have to hear this issue on its merits, but I also am concerned that if we move forward and deny the request for a contested case, we are creating further legal risk for ourselves and the department, engaging ourselves in what is likely to be longer and more expensive litigation. And I don't feel confident that the courts will find in our favor. So for all those reasons, I will not be voting to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Board Member Barnes. Anybody else want to make a comment? Any other board members? Karen or Vernon? This is a complicated issue. And for me, I too share some of Board Member Barnes's concerns about the substance. I do believe the board does have greater authority than as stated or as included in the submittal. However, in my mind, this is a procedural issue. I think I think if the question is due process, I think has been decided by the courts to be more than just a contested case hearing. We had a very lengthy hearing in December, which we gave the parties an opportunity to present any information to us. There was also an opportunity to ask each other questions. They were at the table, they went outside. So we gave both, all of the parties, both Namoku, Sierra Club, Mahipono, AMB, they stepped out. So I think that our board hearing was provided an opportunity for the parties to be heard, and they did receive notice. I'm also cognizant of the fact that there is a contested case, there's an appeal that's been filed by Namoku of its oral denial of a contested case hearing. So I do feel like there's a procedural defect here that, they requested a contested case hearing, but yet they filed a complaint in circuit court. And that they, you kind of pick and choose if you want to contest the case. And to a certain extent, I understand, we took a while getting this matter to the board. But I do feel like the procedural issue, if you want to contest the case, then you should let the board decide on that. So I do think either their appeal to the circuit court is premature, but I do believe there's a procedural defect. So I am inclined to vote in support of the motion, although I believe on the merits of the staff submittal, I disagree with some of their analysis. I do believe that due process has been provided to Namoku, and that as well as their remedy is to proceed forward with their the fact that they filed the complaint in circuit court was premature at best, given that they filed this request for contested case hearing. So my inclination to support this motion is more on a procedural basis. Any other comments? Is that them? Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'm going to call for the question. And Rihanna, I'm going to ask you to do a roll call vote.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask,
Oh,
is,
yeah, sure.
what's the, requirement for, vote to pass?
I think this one just requires a majority. It
Okay.
doesn't require 5.
Okay,
Cindy, is that correct?
okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the question. All right, Rihanna, could you do a roll call vote?
Member Barnes,
No,
Member Char,
Aye.
Chair Chang,
Aye.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Kato,
Aye.
Member Ono.
well, you're on mute, Karen.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Okay, so the motion passes with 4 votes and 2 in opposition. Thank you very much, board members. I realize this will not be the last time we hear this matter. It will come back to us in one form or another. But thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Karen. I hope you feel better. So having no other business before the board, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.